Welcome to this Agile methodology course. I am Vishwanatha. I am thrilled to guide you through the dynamic and transformative world of Agile. In this course, we will dive deep into Agile methodology, exploring how it can help you and your team to work more effectively. Under Introduction to Agile methodology, we will discuss about what is Agile, its history, evolution, as well as key principles of Agile manifesto as well as core values of Agile. We will also discuss the difference between Agile and waterfall approaches, and we will discuss about benefits of Agile development. Under Agile frameworks, we will discuss in detail various roles as well as ceremonies in Agile Scrum framework, as well as we will be discussing about the Kanban framework in detail. Under Agile roles and responsibilities in Scrum framework, we will discuss the different roles such as Scrum Master, Product Owner, the team. Under Agile tools and techniques, we will practically learn how we can create a project in Jira, how we can raise a bug, and various other details. We will also discuss about how we can use a Git and GitHub to support continuous integration and continuous delivery. We will also discuss about the difference between centralized version control system as well as distributed version control system. Under Agile planning and estimation, we will discuss the estimation technique using story point and planning poker, and we will also discuss about planning Agile at the multiple levels such as release planning, sprint planning, etc. Under managing Agile projects, we will discuss about Agile matrices and reporting such as velocity, burn down chart, burn up chart, etc. We will also discuss risk management in Agile, how we can identify and manage the risk. Under Agile testing practices, we will discuss about shift left testing in Agile. We will also discuss about behavior driven development. Under scaling the Agile for large project, we will discuss how the Agile can be applied to multiple teams in an organization, how they can work together in collaboration, how we can apply the Agile in large projects. Under challenges and solutions in Agile adoption, we will discuss various challenges such as resistance to change, aligning the teams in the same direction, maintaining the quality, etc. We will also discuss about the best practices for Agile success, and we will also discuss about interview questions and answers. We will also have a quizzes at the end of each section to test your knowledge. We have also taken a real life example during a discussion of these modules. We have also discussed practically how we can use tools such as Jira, Git, and GitHub. We are committed to continuously enhancing this course by regularly adding a valuable new content, including interesting topics, real world case studies, and addressing any identified gaps. This approach ensures that you receive most up-to-date, relevant insights and maintain a competitive edge in the Agile methodology. Thank you. Hello, welcome. Let us understand how you can get the best out of this course using some of the Udemy features. First thing is audio. You can adjust the audio of your PC or a laptop. You can also adjust the volume in Udemy using this particular icon. You can drag it down if you want to reduce the volume and drag up if you want to increase the volume. Ideally, you keep it at the highest level here and you can just adjust the system volume itself. Another one is how you can adjust the video quality and speed. You can adjust the video quality using this settings icon here, and ideally you can keep it as 1080 pixel to see the video clearly. For highest quality video to work properly, your internet connection speed should be good, otherwise video might buffer. If you choose the pixel of 360 or something, your video may not look clear, it will get blurred. So ideally you should try to use 1080 pixel or 720 pixel while watching your video. And you can adjust the speed of the video using this particular icon here, 1x. You can increase the speed up to 2x, it means it will go faster, and you can even reduce the speed to up to 0.5x. Ideally we should keep it as 1x itself so that you will have a better learning experience. Another feature in Udemy is you can use a full screen mode so that your experience will be much better. You can do a full screen either using this icon, it will do a full screen like this, or you can use this particular icon, it will expand horizontally. You can use a escape button to come back to this screen again. Another feature is caption. You can on and off the caption using this particular icon here, captions. If you off the caption, you will not see any caption. If you on the caption and if you start running the video, it will show a letters like this here. Whatever is being said will be displayed here. If you don't want this to be displayed as a caption, you can off it here. There are some other features like notes, question and answer, also review. While video is playing, you can go to this notes section and you can click on this plus icon to capture a note. You can type here something, note 1 or something, and you can save it, and this particular note will be saved at. And if you want to ask any questions, you can go to Q&A section here, and here you can ask the question. Here you can come down and there is an option to ask a question, and you can use this learning tool to set the reminder for your learning. Sometimes while you are viewing the video, it might ask for reviews. So if you are not ready, please close the review and continue. If you are having a good experience with this course, please do not hesitate to leave your review. Your reviews are valuable. Thank you. Hello, welcome. In this lecture, let us understand few basic things related to Agile methodology. Let us understand firstly what is Agile. Before Agile, what was the practice? Why Agile came up? The evolution of Agile methodology, some real life use cases and examples, and the difference between Agile and Waterfall. Let us discuss these things one by one. Firstly, what is Agile? Assume you are developing a software application, let us say e-commerce website or a shopping website. First, you develop an user account and login management, right? And then you develop product display page, then you develop a search function, then you might develop add to cart. Like this, you develop a software piece by piece, and then you get the feedback from the customer. This methodology is called Agile methodology. You develop a module 1, get the feedback from the customer and fix that issues, and then you develop the module 2, and then again you get the feedback from the customer and fix if any issues are reported by the customer. Similarly, then you develop module 3 and then again get a feedback and fix, and this process continues till the entire software is delivered, right? That is why you can define Agile as a way of developing a software that focuses on flexibility. It focuses on flexibility because in the middle of the development process, customer might be requesting for certain change. We should be able to accommodate that, and we should be continuously collaborating with the users and the customers. In this Agile methodology, we will be collaborating with the various stakeholders, and progress will be communicated, and if there is any feedback from any team, that will be taken into consideration. And in this Agile methodology, we will be delivering a small pieces of the project quickly. Instead of delivering everything at one point, we deliver a part by part, small pieces of software. So in the Agile process, instead of planning everything at the start, Agile allows teams to work on short cycles and get the feedback and make the improvement continuously. It is like piece by piece, checking each step to make sure you are on a right track. When you show your work to the customer and you get a feedback, then you can ensure that you are on the right track. And let us understand what was the practice before Agile. Before the Agile, there was a waterfall model, and many companies have moved away from the waterfall model because it is a legacy model and not flexible. In the past, people used something called waterfall method to develop a software. In this method, everything was planned from the start, like drawing a blueprint of a building before starting the construction. Once the plan was made, developers would work for months or even for years without showing a progress to the customer until the whole project was done. In this waterfall model, you will not show the progress to the customer until complete project is done. One of the major problem with this model is if there was a mistake, it will be very costly to fix, since the whole thing has already been built, because you have built everything and then you are showing to the customer. If there is any change required, then it will be difficult and costly. Now let us understand why Agile methodology came up. Just now we have understood there is a problem with the waterfall model. That was the main reason Agile methodology came up. People realized that software development is different from building a house. When the requirements of the customers are keep changing, waterfall method was when the requirements of the customers are keep changing, waterfall method was not flexible enough to handle those changes. To solve this problem, group of software experts gathered and they created a manifesto which introduced the agile development. Now let us understand about the evolution of agile. Agile actually started in 2001 and there are various frameworks of agile such as scrum, kanban, extreme programming. We will discuss about these frameworks in detail in the later part of the course. Once the agile started in 2001, there are various frameworks that are mentioned here have been developed. Agile became very popular because it helps the teams to adapt to changes quickly and deliver the software that customers love. Now let us understand about the real-time use case where we can apply the agile methodology. Let us say you want to create a mobile app to order a food. Instead of building the entire app in one go and launching it 1 month, 3 months or 6 months later, which may fail because customers may not like it. Agile methodology you can follow. First thing is you just build a menu part in the first cycle and show it to the customer, get the feedback and make an improvement. Then you can build a cart management related function, then show it to the customer and get a feedback. Then you can build a checkout functionality, show it to the customer and get a feedback. Then you can build a user profile related functionalities. After each small functionality development or enhancement, you show it to the customer and get the feedback. In this way, you avoid wasting a time and can make sure customers are happy with each part before moving to the next, right? In this way, it will help in saving the time and effort, and customers will be happy because they are getting the frequent update and their feedback also being considered. This picture represents the difference between agile and waterfall. In agile, the development works happen in cyclical manner. Each small part of the software is developed and then it is launched after the feedback, right? In the waterfall model, we will go forward only after a previous step is completed by 100%, right? So this is the main difference. Here you will have a multiple iterations of the product. In agile methodology, product is developed in multiple iterations and each iteration will develop a small part of the product and you get the feedback and then you develop a next functionality and so on. Here complete functionality is developed first and then only it will be given to the customer, right? That is the main difference between agile and waterfall method of software development. Now in the introduction to agile, we have discussed about what is agile and we have discussed that there was a waterfall methodology before agile which was not flexible to adapt to the changes. We have also discussed why agile came up. The main reason was waterfall model was not flexible to adapt to the changes, and we have discussed that agile is started in 2001. Once it started, there is also many frameworks that have been developed and we will discuss about these frameworks in detail in the later part of this course. We have also discussed about the real-time example of food ordering app where you can develop a menu part first and get a feedback, then you can develop a cart management part and then get a feedback, right? Like this, you can develop a small parts of the app and get a feedback from the customer and then continue with the development. And finally, we have discussed about agile versus waterfall. In the agile, the product is developed in iteration. Small parts of the product is developed in each iteration and we get the feedback. In waterfall model, entire product is developed before giving it to the customer, and this waterfall model is not flexible for adapting to changes in the requirement. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this lecture, let us discuss about key principles which are mentioned in the Agile Manifesto. There are 12 key principles. Let us discuss these principles one by one. The first principle is customer satisfaction through early and continuous delivery. What it means is we make customers happy by delivering a small pieces of software as quickly as possible. Imagine releasing a feature in an application every 2 weeks instead of waiting for few months or even years to release the software to the customer. The second principle is welcome changing requirements even late in the development. Even if the project is halfway done, we can still change it based on the customer feedback to make it better. If you are building a project and you have already built a couple of modules, and if there is a change has been asked, then you can implement that even in the mid of the development process. The next principle is frequent delivery of working software. Instead of waiting until the end to show the finished product, we give a small part to the customers frequently. Think of it like releasing a new feature in an application every 2 weeks. The next principle is collaboration between business people and developers. People who understand the business and people who develop should work together daily to ensure that project is going in the right direction. The next principle is motivated individuals and a trust. Teams should be filled with people who are motivated and passionate, and they should be trusted to get the job done. When you are in a group, it is important that everyone cares about doing their part and trust each other to finish their task. The next principle is face-to-face communication method. Talking directly is most effective way to share your ideas. If you are talking to team members face to face, then it will be better than communicating via email or a chat. Next principle is working software is the primary measure of progress. The most important sign that you are making a progress is when the software or a project is actually working. When suppose you are building a website, show a small functional part of it, like a login, like adding a product to the cart, like small functions. You should demonstrate that it is working. The next principle is sustainable development. Teams should work at a pace they can maintain over a long period of time without getting too tired or stressed out. It is like instead of studying a whole night before the exam day, you study little bit every day so that you will not get burned out before the examination. Next principle is continuous attention to technical excellence. Keep improving the quality of work and make sure it is done well. The next principle is simplicity. Focus should be on doing what is necessary and avoid unnecessary work. Instead of adding too many complicated features to your app, keep it simple and easy to use. Self-organizing teams. Teams should be able to decide how to get their work done without needing someone to micromanage them. In a group assignment, your team decides who does what without teacher telling you exactly what to do. Next principle is regular reflection and adjustment. Teams should regularly think about how to improve and make change to work better. It is just like after each practice exam, you are reviewing what went wrong, adjust your study method and improve for the next time. These are the 12 agile principles that are mentioned in the Agile Manifesto. Now let us understand how we can easily remember these Agile principles using some technique. You can remember this as collaborators. Here each letter stands for one principle. Just remember this as collaborators. Let us discuss how you can remember this. C stands for customer satisfaction. We deliver useful features quickly to keep the customers happy. O stands for open to change. We are ready to change our plans even late in the development if it improves the product. L stands for low wait time. It means we deliver a small working parts of the project quickly and often. Another L stands for listen to collaboration. Developers and business people should work together daily. A stands for autonomy and trust. Build the projects with the motivated individuals and trust them to get the job done. B stands for best communication face to face. Face to face communication is the most effective way to share your ideas. O stands for output matters. It means working software or the result is the main measure of the progress. R means relaxed pace. Work at a pace that can be sustained for a longer period of time. A means attention to quality. Continuous attention to quality and excellence improves the result. T means trim the fat. It means focus on simplicity. Avoid doing unnecessary work. E stands for empower teams. Teams should organize themselves and decide how to get the work done. S stands for self-reflection and improvement. Regularly reflect on what is working and what is not working and improve what is not working. I have prepared this table with collaborate. Here you can see these letters represent the collaborate approach so that you can remember. Each letter stands for one principle, right? C for customer satisfaction, O for open-minded, that is welcome the change, low wait time, deliver frequently, right? Like this, you can easily remember this using collaborate, right? Here there are, you remember this word collaborators, there are 12 letters here and each letter stands for one principle in the Agile manifesto. There are 12 principles, right? You can easily remember. I will attach this Excel file so that you can refer this Excel for understanding and reading purpose. So this is about 12 principles in the Agile manifesto. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this lecture, we will discuss about 4 core values which are mentioned in the Agile manifesto. Let us discuss 4 these values one by one. The first core value is individuals and interactions over processes and tools. It means people working together and communicating are important than just relying on the tools or strict rules. For example, imagine you and your friend are working on a group project. The best way to get it done is to talk to each other and share the ideas, not just follow some strict guide or a fancy tool. Good teamwork and clear communication will lead to better results. The second core value is working software over comprehensive documentation. It means it is more important to have a working product than to have a lot of paperwork describing what we should do. For example, think about building a model of an airplane. Would you rather show a working plane that flies or just a book that containing how the airplane should fly? Of course, you should build a working model of the airplane which is more impressive to show to the customer. The next core value is customer collaboration over contract negotiation. It means it is better to work closely with the person who needs the work done, that is customer, rather than argue over a strict rules and contract. For example, imagine you are baking a cake for your friend. Instead of sticking to the recipe you agreed 1 week ago, you ask them what they like. Maybe now they prefer another flavor over the one we have discussed 1 week back. By working together, you can change the cake to make it perfect for your customer, that is your friend. The next core value is responding to a change over following a plan. It means being flexible and making changes when needed is better than just rigidly sticking to a plan, even when things change. For example, suppose you are planning a picnic with your friend and you want to go to the park, but suddenly it starts raining. Instead of canceling everything because of rain, you adopt and decide to have an indoor picnic. It means being flexible is important. These are the 4 core values of Agile Manifesto. Now let us understand how you can easily remember the techniques to remember these 4 core values. You can remember it as C wire. Here there are 5 letters and these 4 letters, each one represents the one value in the Agile Manifesto, and this E does not represent anything, but it just helps in remembering. Just say C wire, right? You can remember it like a C wire. Here E does not have any meaning, but it will make the word complete. That is why here I have included E. C means customer collaboration over contract negotiation. W means working software over comprehensive documentation. I means individuals and interactions over processes and tools. R means responding to a change over following a plan. You can remember this as a C wire. Each letter in this word has a one value corresponding to it, and here E does not have any meaning or any value corresponding to it, but it will help you in remembering this word C wire, right? I have also mentioned about the explanation for the each value. This you can go through this description that has been mentioned in the last column here. So this is about the 4 core values of the Agile Manifesto. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this lecture, let us discuss about benefits of Agile software development methodology. The first benefit is faster time to market. It means Agile helps teams to deliver parts of the software quickly instead of waiting until entire product is finished. For example, think of a mobile app like a photo editing application. Instead of waiting a year to launch it with all the features, Agile allows developers to release an early version of the app with basic features. People can start using an app with these basic features available in the initial version while the development team continues to add the more advanced features later. The basically faster time to market is possible because you can release the app with some basic features initially, and when the users are using those basic features you can still continue your development and release the new features in the next release. The next benefit of agile development methodology is flexibility. Flexibility means Agile allows teams to adapt to changes easily, even if they occur in later stages of the project. For example, in a software development, a company might plan to create a cab or a taxi booking app, but halfway through, they realize that customers also want a feature to book the two-wheeler or a bike too. Agile allows them to change the direction and add this new feature without wasting much time. So basically, flexibility means you are able to adapt to the changing needs of the business. The next benefit of Agile development practice is continuous improvement. It means Agile teams regularly review their work, learn from the mistake, and improve continuously, making the product better with each version. For example, a software development team building a shopping website might notice that customers are having a trouble during a checkout process. Instead of waiting until the end for the next big update, they fix the issue right away and release an improved version, making it easier for the customers to buy the product. So, these are the benefits of Agile software development methodology. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this lecture, let us understand through a case study how adopting to a Agile software development methodology has improved the overall customer satisfaction as well as quick delivery of the software product. Let us understand how agile methodology of software development helped the ING Bank to deliver a faster software with higher customer satisfaction. The company ING Bank overtook a project to transform its entire IT department from waterfall to agile approach. The project started in 2015 and it became an ongoing strategy, that is shifting from waterfall method of software development to agile methodology of software development. They have noticed that over a period of time the delivery speed improved by 30% and also customer satisfaction increased significantly. In this graph you will find the difference between time to market. It means how much time it takes to deliver the product to the market. It is a delivery value along the y-axis and it is the time taken along the x-axis. Delivery value means how much percentage of the software is delivered to the customer. If you look at this blue line here, in agile methodology software gets delivered much quickly. If you follow the agile approach you can see that here software value is realized for the customer, but if you follow the waterfall methodology customer will only realize the value of the software here. It means it is taking a more time for realizing the value of the software. By looking at this graph you can observe that in agile methodology customers will be able to access the product much quicker compared to the waterfall model. That is, time to market is much lesser if you follow the agile methodology. Here is the pie charts indicating the success rate in waterfall method of software development versus agile method of software development. This study was conducted by Standish Group in 2012. If you observe that in waterfall model there is a 29% of the failure in the project, whereas in agile only 9% of the project has failed. It means failure rate is less in agile. Here in waterfall model success rate is 14%, whereas in agile methodology project success rate is 42%. Also in waterfall 57% of the projects have been challenged, and here only 49% has been challenged. Here is the one more study conducted by Standish Group between 2013 and 17. This green bar represents the agile methodology approach, and this one represents the waterfall method approach. Here you can observe that for the large project, agile methodology projects are having a success rate 2 times compared to waterfall model. Here this is for the medium sized projects. Agile methodology has a 31% success rate, whereas waterfall model has a 19% success rate. For the small sized project, agile or waterfall, there is not much difference. Here agile having a 59% success rate, whereas waterfall has a 56% of success rate. And they are calculating the success based on the various criteria, such as whether all the functionalities have been delivered to the customer on time, whether they have taken extra time. There are many factors each one might consider while doing this study. But overall, what we can understand is that by following the agile methodology of software development, there is a higher chance of success in the project. Here is the one more study conducted by Standish Group in 2020. You can observe that success rate here 13% for waterfall, whereas 42% for agile. Challenged projects here are 59%, whereas agile it is only 47%. Challenged means some things are not delivered as expected. Here you can see failure rate for waterfall is around 28%, for agile it is only 11%. By looking at these studies conducted by different groups during different time period, we can understand that agile methodology improves the overall success rate of the project. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this lecture, let us try to go deeper into the concept of agile and understand why exactly the agile is needed. Imagine you are owner of a bank, you want to offer mobile banking solution to your customer, and you approach an IT company and they will ask 1 year of time to build the app. But the problem is requirements keep changing and regulations in the banking industry keeps changing, and also other banks might come up with some new features by the time 1 year gets completed. And also if some requirements are misunderstood in the initial stage, that will get built and you will come to know it only after 1 year. For example, let us say you ask them to build a mobile application with these features, and if some of these features are misunderstood or missing, then you will only come to know after 1 year, which is a lot of time, right? So in agile, what you will do is just take a one feature first, complete it in 2 to 4 weeks of time and present it to the customer, and customer can immediately give the feedback. Also in 1 year of time, other banks might come up with some other attractive features like loan management, personalized bank offering, insurance management, personal financial management, loyalty program, and many other features they can add into the mobile banking app, and they can improve during those 1 years. So to be able to adapt to the changes quickly and to be able to accommodate the changes even in the middle of the project is important. For example, we have seen in waterfall model, only after this phase gets completed we will move to the next phase, right? And there is no choice of going back to the previous phase. Let us say requirements are completed by 100%, and if there are some issues, and same issues will get carried forward to design, coding, right? Finally you will get a faulty product. In agile, what will happen is you will only take up the important requirements, high priority requirements first, and you develop that and you present it to the customer, and immediately will come to know if there are any issues. In today's world, business dynamics is changing very quickly and new regulations are coming up. So you cannot wait for so long to get the things done, and you need to be able to adapt to the changes that are coming your way, right? That is why agile is important. That is why we have moved from waterfall model to agile model of software development in most of the organizations. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this section we will discuss about agile frameworks. There are many frameworks in agile methodology, but one of the important framework which is widely followed is the Scrum framework. Most of the software development projects are following the Scrum framework. More than 55% of the projects in the market are following the Scrum frameworks. Scrum framework is widely used because it is most suitable for the software development projects and it has a clear, well-defined roles. There are some other agile frameworks as well. We will discuss that in the later part of the course. Now let us discuss about the Scrum framework. In Scrum framework, there are three important things to consider. One is Scrum roles, second one is Scrum ceremonies, and Scrum artifacts. Scrum is like a team sport that helps the software developers to work together efficiently and build a software quickly and make improvements based on the feedback. It is used to break a big project into small manageable tasks that can be done in short time frame, that is called sprint. When you break down the big project into small manageable tasks and that can be done in a short time frame of 1 to 2 weeks is called sprint. Now let us discuss about different roles in the Scrum framework. Scrum framework has three different roles. Let us discuss the roles one by one. Product owner is one of the role in the Scrum framework. Product owner is like a team captain who decides what the team will focus on and make sure that team understands what customers or user want and create a list of features, and product owner need to make sure that team is building the right product that will make the users happy. Another role is Scrum Master. Think of a Scrum Master as a team coach. Just like in a football game, coach does not play but helps the player to stay on track, remove the obstacles, and ensure rules are followed. The Scrum Master helps the team to work smoothly without distraction. If there are any obstacles while you are doing work, that is the responsibility of the Scrum Master to get it resolved. Another role is the team members, means it will include development and QA or testing team members. This is the group of players actually building the product. They are responsible for coding, testing and delivering the work during the sprint. They work together to solve the problems and create the features in the product that has been listed. So basically the product owner decides what should be built and why it should be built. The Scrum Master is the facilitator, ensures that work is going on smoothly, and the team members decide how it should be built and how quickly it should be delivered and also perform the testing. Now let us discuss about the Scrum ceremonies. There are four different Scrum ceremonies. You can also call it as four different types of meetings in the Scrum. Let us discuss each of them one by one. First thing is sprint planning. Sprint is generally 1 to 2 weeks duration. At the beginning of each sprint, the team meet to plan what they can finish during that time. It is like a strategy meeting before the game where everyone decides which task to tackle. And one more type of ceremony or a meeting is daily stand up. Daily stand up means every day team members meet for a short duration of 10 to 15 minutes. They discuss what they did yesterday, what they will do today, and any problems they are facing. It is like quick team huddle during the game to stay aligned. Another ceremony is sprint reviews. In the sprint review, team will show what they have built in the product to product owner and other stakeholders and get the feedback. Another ceremony is sprint retrospectives. After the review, team meets to reflect on how the sprint went. In the sprint retrospective, they discuss what went well and what could be improved next time. It is like a post game analysis where you discuss how to play better in the next match. These four scrum ceremonies we have discussed. Sprint planning takes place at the start of the sprint. Daily scrum takes place every day during the sprint. This is only for 10 to 15 minutes per day. Sprint review takes place at the end of the sprint. Here, team will show what they have built during this sprint. Sprint retrospective also takes place at the end of the sprint. Here, they discuss what went well and what could be improved next time. And throughout this scrum ceremonies, the backlog refinement takes place. The backlog is nothing but list of features to be developed. Now let us discuss about Scrum artifacts. There are three different artifacts in the Scrum. One is product backlog. This is like a to-do list of everything that needs to be done to complete the product. The product owner is responsible for maintaining this list. It contains all the features and tasks the team need to work on. Another artifact of a Scrum is sprint backlog. The sprint backlog is a smaller list of things that a team works on during a particular sprint. The development team picks the tasks from the product backlog and moves them to sprint backlog. Think of it like a choosing which homework assignment you will complete this week from your school's yearly homework list. Another Scrum artifact is increment. The increment is a result of work done during sprint. It is a sum of all the completed tasks that are ready to be used. For example, after a sprint, you might have a working menu feature in your app. So, these are the different Scrum artifacts we have discussed. So this is the product backlog, which is the list of features that need to be developed in the product. And sprint backlog means list of features that you will develop during a particular sprint. And after each sprint, all the features that you have developed and ready for use will be an increment. Here is the meaning of each of the artifact. Product backlog, to-do list for the entire project. For example, features of a mobile app. Sprint backlog means list of tasks for the current sprint. Means sprint is generally 1 to 2 weeks. For that 1 to 2 weeks, what you will be doing. And the increment is the completed work after each sprint. For example, after a particular sprint, you might have developed a working login page or a feature that will be added to the increment. Means list of features that are developed and ready for use. If we want to display the Scrum framework that we have discussed so far in a pictorial representation, we can display in this way. Here is the product goal. It means list of features to be developed in a project. It is also called product backlog. After the sprint planning, you will have a sprint goal. Means that is also called sprint backlog, list of features to be developed in the particular sprint. Sprint is generally 2 to 4 weeks. During that 2 to 4 weeks, what are the features you will be developed, and here the team will work in collaboration to develop and test the feature during that particular sprint. And whenever they are doing this sprint, they will also do a daily scrum, which is nothing but daily stand-up meeting for 10 to 15 minutes to discuss what they have done yesterday, what they will do today, and whether they are facing any issue. Once this 2 to 4 weeks of Scrum is completed, it will be added to the increment. It means already completed feature. Sprint review. During the sprint review, the team will show the completed feature for product owner and other stakeholders. And there will be a sprint retrospective as well at the end of the sprint, where we discuss what went well and what can be improved next time. After this particular sprint, again the next sprint will start, and this cycle will continue as long as all the features mentioned in the product backlog have been delivered. So this is about the Scrum framework, one of the widely followed Agile framework. More than 55% of the projects in the market are following the Scrum framework. Scrum framework is most suited for the software development projects. Here there are well-defined roles and well-defined ceremonies. This is about the Scrum framework. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this lecture, let us discuss about Kanban framework. It is one of the framework in Agile, just like Scrum framework that we have discussed earlier. You can think Kanban as a to-do list that you use to stay organized, not just for yourself but for the whole team. It helps teams to manage their work in a simple visual way so that they can track what tasks need to be done, what is in progress, and what is finished. Kanban framework is most suited for maintenance and support based projects, but it can also be used for other development projects as well. It depends on what is being adopted and followed in your organization. Kanban framework does not have a predefined roles like the one that has been described in Scrum. Unlike Scrum framework, Kanban framework has no defined roles. It has no mandatory ceremonies, but teams can meet if needed. Also in Kanban framework, Kanban board will be the main tool for tracking our work. Kanban is more flexible and allows team to decide what works best for them. Unlike Scrum, Scrum follows more structured approach. This is how Kanban board looks, but you can add more columns here as well. Some of the standard columns I have shown here. This is the to-do list. This is about what you are currently doing. This is the completed work that is done. This whole thing is called Kanban board. And here is the list of things that need to be done. So you can maintain a card or a sticky note kind of a thing here to list the task. The Kanban board is main tool used in Kanban framework. It is a board with different columns that represent stages of a work. Each task is represented by a card that moves across the board as the work gets done. Once this work is done, you can move this card here, done. If you are doing some work for this card, you can move this card here. Once the work is done, you can move this card again to here, done, right? You can customize this Kanban board based on the requirements. For example, somebody might have a Kanban board like this as well. Backlog, that is the list of things to do, and it is doing the work in progress. And after the work in progress, somebody might be reviewing that work. So you can add this extra column here as well, and then done. It entirely depends on your organization culture, and you can customize this board based on the requirement. Here is the another format of a Kanban board where backlog, list of things to do, and the story is to do things in progress, to verify, done. Basically, this kind of structure is followed, and the columns here, number of columns can vary based on the culture in your organization. And in each column, you will maintain the sticky note like this. So what is being done, what need to be done. Here is the sticky note about the things to do. Here is the work that is currently in progress. Here is the completed work for verification. Once the verification is done, this card moves here, right? In this way, Kanban board is the main tool used in Kanban framework, which is used for tracking your work. There are some more features in Kanban framework. The Kanban board we have already discussed. There is also called work in progress limit. In Kanban, there are work in progress limit, that is WIP limit, that tells how many tasks can be worked on at a time. This prevents people from trying to do too many things at the same time, which can slow down the things. There is a limit on how many tasks can be done at a time. If you have too many tasks on your bucket that you are doing, then it can slow down the work. So that is why they set the limit on work in progress. Only limited number of tasks that you will be working on. Another feature of Kanban framework is it is a pull based system. It means that no one is assigning a task to you. Instead, you finish your current task and you pull the next task from the to-do list and start working on it. Pull based system is here you will look at the to-do list and you pull one task from here and you can start working on it once you pull it to in progress, right? Hence, it is called a pull based system. One more feature of Kanban framework is continuous delivery. Kanban is great for continuous delivery, meaning that work is constantly being done and delivered without a big pause. There are no big deadlines or phases. Instead, as soon as the task is done, it is delivered right away. The real life use case or an example for a Kanban framework can be, you can think of some apps in your phone that get a small regular updates like a bug fixes or new features. Instead of waiting for a big release every few months, companies like Netflix or Spotify app that you use in your phone, they use a Kanban framework to constantly improve their app. When the new feature is ready, it is released to the users right away instead of waiting for a big update. So this is about the Kanban framework in Agile. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this section, we will discuss about different roles and their responsibilities in Agile Scrum framework. Scrum is the only framework where roles and their responsibilities are clearly defined. Let us discuss different roles in Agile Scrum framework and their responsibilities. As we have discussed earlier, there are three different main roles in Agile Scrum framework: the product owner, the scrum master, and development and QA team. In this lecture, we will discuss about the responsibilities of the product owner. The product owner has two important responsibilities. One is managing the product backlog and maximizing the value for the customers. Second responsibility is collaborating with stakeholders. Let us discuss these two responsibilities in detail. Product owner is like a team leader responsible for deciding what features or tasks should be worked on to deliver the best value for the customer. Managing the product backlog and maximizing the value means the product backlog is like a to-do list of all the features, improvement and fixes that need to be done in a project. The product owner decides what items are most important and need to be done first. For example, imagine you are building a mobile app. Some of the features in that mobile app can be login system, user profile, notification, payment options, etc. The product owner need to prioritize these items based on what is most valuable to users. If the payment options are really important for the customer, and that will be moved to the top of the list, so that the goal is to maximize the value by making sure that most important features are delivered first. Another real life example can be, let us say you are using a Spotify app. The product owner at the Spotify may decide to focus on improving the recommendation system for the music discovery. Even though there are many other things to focus on, this task is more important because it keeps the users engaged, which adds more value to the company. Another important responsibility of the product owner is to collaborating with the stakeholders. It means product owner will be dealing with different stakeholders. It will be within the Scrum team as well as outside of the Scrum team, like senior management, users and customers, business stakeholders, so on. The collaboration with the stakeholder means product owner does not make decision on their own. They work closely with the different stakeholders like users, developers, managers, clients, so on. Understand their needs and get the feedback. Ensure everyone is aligned to achieve the goal. The real life example or a use case can be, imagine you are the product owner at a Spotify. Your stakeholders will include Spotify users who listen to the music, developers who build the app and the new features, marketing team who promotes the Spotify business, and the business managers who want Spotify to grow and make money. The product owner talks to each of these groups. The Spotify users might say, we want better recommendation system for new music. Developers might explain the technical difficulty and challenges in building such feature and estimate how long it will take. Marketing team could suggest, if we improve the recommendation, more people will use the app and we can promote it. Business managers might have some other priority like recommendation features because it increases the user engagement, which could increase the revenue through subscription. By listening to feedback from all the stakeholders, product owner decides and prioritizes the recommendation system, making sure that feature that is valuable to users and visible for the developers as well and beneficial for the business, that will be prioritized. These two are the important responsibilities of the product owner in a agile scrum framework, that is managing the product backlog and maximizing the value and collaborating with the stakeholders. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this lecture, let us discuss about Scrum Master roles and responsibilities in Agile Scrum framework. The Scrum Master is like a coach and a facilitator for the Scrum team. There are three important roles and responsibilities of a Scrum Master in Agile Scrum framework. One is facilitating Scrum events. Second one is removing the impediments. Third one is coaching teams in agile practices. Let us discuss each of these responsibilities in detail. First one is facilitating Scrum events. Scrum has regular meetings called ceremonies that help keep the team organized and focused. The Scrum Master ensures these meetings happen smoothly and that everyone participates. Main Scrum events are sprint planning, daily stand-up, sprint review and sprint retrospective. These events we have already discussed in another lecture. Another responsibility of Scrum Master is to removing impediments. Any impediment is anything that slows down the team or prevents them from getting the work done. The Scrum Master's job is to remove those obstacles so that team can focus on their work. For example, let us say developer in the team is stuck because they don't have access to a server needed to test a feature. The Scrum Master steps in and works with IT to quickly resolve the issue, allowing developer to continue the work without further delay. In a larger scenario, if a team faces a process issue like unclear requirements from a stakeholder, Scrum Master might bring both the teams together for a better communication and making sure project progress without confusion. Another responsibility of a Scrum Master is coaching the teams in agile practices. The Scrum Master helps the team understand and follow the agile principles and Scrum practices. They ensure that team stays focused on delivering the value through collaboration, flexibility and continuous improvement. For example, if a team is new to Scrum, the Scrum Master might teach the team how to break down large tasks into smaller, manageable pieces called user stories. This helps the team to complete the work within a sprint and deliver the small but valuable feature regularly. If a team is struggling with their daily stand ups, with some members not sharing enough, the Scrum Master would coach the team on how to keep the meeting productive and meaningful. Scrum Master ensures that team communicates effectively and stays aligned with the agile values like collaboration and responding to a change. The facilitating Scrum events, removing impediments, coaching a teams in agile practices. These three are important responsibilities of a Scrum Master in Agile Scrum framework. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this lecture, let us discuss about roles and responsibilities of development team in Agile Scrum framework. In an Agile team, development team is responsible for turning ideas into working software. They are like builders who create the actual product based on the plans from product owner and guidance of the Scrum Master. Let us discuss some of the roles and responsibilities of development team in Agile Scrum framework. The first responsibility is building the product. The main job of the development team is to build a product. This means they are writing the code, designing the feature, testing everything and making sure product works well. For example, if you are building a school website, the development team would write the code, create the pages for teachers, classes, events, etc., and make sure everything works smoothly and fix any bugs or problems found in the software. The another responsibility is collaborating with the team. Development team works closely with each other and other agile roles such as product owner and scrum master. They talk to each other every day to stay updated on the progress and discuss if any problems. For example, imagine a group of students working on a project. They constantly check with each other, asking for questions like, have you finished the research? Do you need any help on the presentation? Similarly, the development team members share the updates, ask for help, and solve the problem together. Another responsibility is delivering incremental work in sprint. Development team works in short cycles called sprint, which is usually 2 to 4 weeks. At the end of each sprint, they deliver small piece of working software which is called increment. This way, the team can show the progress early and frequently. For example, let us say team is building a school app. In the first sprint, they might deliver a login page. In the second sprint, they will add a student dashboard. Like this, they will add a new feature bit by bit and app grows with each sprint. Another responsibility is ensuring quality. Here the development team along with the testing team, they test the product and make sure it works properly. They don't just build it, they also make sure software is of high quality and does what it is supposed to do. For example, before submitting a homework assignment, you double check everything to make sure that it is correct and error free. Similarly, development team runs the test to check that software runs smoothly and fixes any problems found. Another responsibility is adapting to change. The development team has to be flexible and ready to change their plan if new information comes in. If the customer changes their mind or new features are needed, the team can adjust quickly and adapt to the situation. For example, Amazon's team was working on a project to redesign their homepage and improve the user experience. Initially, the plan was to focus on adding more product recommendation and improving the search bar. They started building a new design, expecting it to be completed in 3 months. But there is a change request that comes in the midway through the project. A research revealed that customers are struggling with the slow page load times. Rather than search bar and other recommendations, based on the new information, team had to shift their focus from the original design changes to improving the website speed and performance. It means the development team should be able to adapt to the changes quickly and work based on the priority. Another responsibility is being accountable. The development team is responsible for their own work. If something does not go as planned, they own up to it and work together to fix it. There is no blaming others. For example, if your group project presentation did not go as planned, the team would not point the fingers to others. Instead, everyone would work together to fix it before the final presentation. In Agile, the development team has the same mindset and they are responsible for delivering a working product. These are some of the important roles and responsibilities of development team in Agile Scrum framework. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this section, we will discuss about Agile tools and techniques. In Agile tools and techniques, there are three different category of tools. One is project management tools such as Jira, Trello, Asana, etc. There are various other tools as well which are provided by different companies, and these tools are paid tools. It means you need to pay for the license and use it. Another category of tools is version control tools. Version control tools, you can use Git with GitHub and you can use a Git with Bitbucket, and there are some other tools like SVN as well. Git with GitHub is one of the most popular distributed version control tool. These different tools are provided by different organizations. Most of them are paid. There is also a free version for individual usage, and for organizational usage you need to buy the license. And one more set of Agile tool is continuous integration and continuous deployment tools such as Jenkins, GitLab CI, Circle CI, etc. In the CI/CD tool as well, there are some free tools as well as paid tools. Here Jenkins is an open source and free tool, GitLab CI and Circle CI which are paid tools. In this lecture, we will discuss about the project management tools in Agile, and remaining tools like version control and CI/CD tools we will discuss in separate lectures. Agile project management tools. Let us discuss now about the Agile project management tools. Agile project management tools helps to plan, execute and manage the projects by following the Agile methodology. Agile project management tools are software platforms. They are designed to help the teams to plan, execute and manage the projects by following the Agile methodology. These tools helps the team to stay organized, collaborate efficiently and adapt to changes quickly, making it easier to deliver high quality work on time. Some of the key features of Agile tools are: one is task management. Teams can create, assign and track the task using these tools. Another key feature is sprint planning. Here it will help the team to organize the work into sprint. It means small time boxed cycles and prioritize the task. Another feature is collaboration. Agile tools allow team members to share the updates, give the feedback and communicate effectively. And they also help in backlog management. It means manage the list of tasks or backlogs that need to be worked on in the future. They also help in progress tracking. Monitor the progress of the project through charts like burn down chart to see if the team is on track or not. They also provide a flexibility. Teams can easily make changes to the project plan as and when new requirements or feedbacks arise. The purpose of Agile tools include improving the collaboration. It means by keeping everything in one place, Agile tools ensure that team members are on the same page and easily communicate with each other. Second one is tracking of progress. Teams can see how much work has been done and how much is left, making it easier to meet the deadline. Another purpose is adaptability. Agile tools allow teams to adjust their plans and priorities quickly as new challenges or requirements arise. Another purpose is efficient task management. Tasks can be clearly organized and prioritized, helping the team to stay focused on what is most important. Now let us learn practically how we can set up a Scrum project in Jira, which is one of the Agile project management tool. Here our goal is not to use every tool that are being provided by different companies in the market. Here my purpose is to give you an idea of how exactly Agile works, so that you can easily adopt to any tool and work based on the whichever tool that is being used in your organization. Jira is one of the famous and widely used tool in Agile methodology. We will look into that now practically, how we can create a project and use the Jira. Once you understand the concept, you can easily learn any tool in 2 to 3 days for your usage purpose. And here different roles will be using different features related to Jira. Let us see now how we can create a Scrum project in Jira and how you can use the Jira. Here in this document I have recorded the steps so that you can refer this initially for setting up a project in Jira. First thing is, open your web browser and you can type Jira account, right? You can click on this. So since I have already created the account, it is straight away logged in. So let me open another browser. Now I will type Jira account creation. I can type like this, right? You click on this Atlassian Jira software. Okay, not this link. Okay, here you can start using a Jira free today, right? You can click on this. This link I will provide here in the document. You can straight away copy and paste this link and you can use it for creating an account. You provide your email ID or you can sign up with Google or Microsoft account, right? Or you can provide email ID and you can sign up with Jira. Once you sign up, you can use it up to 10 users for 30 days. They will provide a free trial. After that, your trial period will be over and you need to buy the license. But 30 days will be more than sufficient for you to learn the basic things about Jira. So now I have created the account. already, so I'm not going to create account creation will be simple here, and I will also provide the link to you. I have here noted down the link for creating the account in Jira. So now I have come to your Atlassian home page. Actually Jira is provided by the Atlassian, which is the company name. So I click here, I click on Jira here. Now it will take me to the Jira software, right? Here some of the project I have already created earlier, which is showing here, right? I can click on here. These are the projects I have created earlier. You can create a new project. You click on this create project. Once you click on this, you can select the template for your project. We are mainly working on software development projects. Here other projects as well it will support, finance, human resources, others, right? Basically now we are working on Scrum project, Jira Scrum. You can select this particular template, Scrum. If you are working on Kanban, you can select this. So Jira provides various templates for different kinds of projects. So I will select here software development projects and here Scrum template. So use this template, right? Here you can select a team managed or company managed, right? It means you can use this template only this project is accessed by your team. If different teams in the organization are accessing your projects, then you can use company managed. Generally it will be accessed by different teams. Whenever you are working on the organization, I will use this select company managed project. You can give a project name here. I will say demo Scrum, let us say demo Agile Scrum project. You can give your project name here. I will just give some name here and I'll click on next. So now your project is created. So this is how you can create the project. Now you can create an epic. So now the project is created. This is the project. Now you can create an epic. You just click on create button here. Here is the issue type is epic, right? You can select this epic. An epic is a large body of work that can be broken down into smaller tasks known as user stories. Epic, an example can be create a user login system. This is a high level task, right? A large feature is, you can call it as an epic. You can say create a login system. So you can provide the description of the epic here. I will just provide this one. You can select the team here. It means if you have any team. So right now I have not created any team here. Team means you can add a multiple people in this team who should be in this team. Like you can say team 1. You can add the user. Right now only my name is there here. I can create a team 1 like this. You have created the team 1, right? You can add multiple members to this team, then it will notification will goes to all the team members in this team. So you can select the label if you want anything, and you can assign it to some particular user. So right now I will keep it assigned to me itself because I have only one user here. So you can select any particular sprint name here if you want. So I can create an epic now. So it is creating epic. So epic is created now, right? So now this is the epic, right? Create a user login system. You can create a child issue. You can create a story here. For example, you select under this particular epic create login system. You click on this 3 button, create issue, create child issue. Here you select a story. For example, our story can be user stories are small manageable tasks that are a part of epic. It means this is a bigger task, this is a smaller one. For example, user story can be as a user I want to log in securely. This is one of the user story. As a user I want to log in securely. Just press enter. So this is added here. Now you can go to the backlog, click on backlog, and you can select the backlog here and you can create a sprint. You can name here you can provide a value for the sprint here. I can say sprint 1, and you can provide a sprint start date and end date, sprint goal. You can specify to create login system, right? Like that you can update the sprint details. Now the sprint will get created. This is a DSAP sprint 1, right? So it means out of the sprint is small chunk of larger project. here we want to achieve the login under this sprint. So you can add the duration here, like let us say you can select the start and end date, or you can select 2 weeks or something like that. I'll select like 1 month, or like, so from this date it is 2 weeks, right? Update the date, so it will update the start and end date accordingly. This is for sprint 1 issue for the sprint 1. So for example, here you can create the task, right? For example, task I want under this epic. This is the user story, right? Under epic 1 login system, under this I create a task. You can create the task here. For example, task can be like, task is like a break the user story into actionable items, such as create a login page UI, implement the authentication logic, set up the database user credentials, right? Like this you can mention the task details while creating a task, right? Priority you can set which team is going to handle this, team 1, or you can also mention the particular member name, like username. So you can assign the team member and label if you want anything, and so which sprint. So we want under sprint 1, right? So you can select this sprint, which means and this task we want to complete in this particular sprint, right? So you can create this. So summary, you need to provide a summary as well. So the task summary can be something like login page UI and backend logic, something like that. You can specify the this one and then create the task. Now the task is created, right, under this. So this task is created under this particular user story. This is the epic, this is the user story, this is the task, right? And here you can update various details under task, right? Once you can assign to somebody, and you can update the comment here, right? You can provide the here estimate how much time it is going to take, original estimate, right? How much minute or how much days, right? You can specify that one here. Priority, you can specify labels if you want anything, you can specify here details. This epic and user story will be created by product owner or a business analyst, right? And a task, it will be created by the developer. They can break down this story into task, and they can estimate how much time is required for completing the task, right? Whenever a tester is, let us say, doing a testing for this particular login page UI, if they found some issue, then you can go to create, and under this particular project, right, you can create a bug, right? Bug, what is the, let us say, issue in login, or say, let's say error in login, right? You can provide here error details, snapshot, etc., right? And you can specify the parent element which is related to login system. You can select, means this bug is related to this particular login details user story, right? And you can assign this to particular team member, development team you need to assign, and labels anything, environment, which environment you are testing, SIT environment or whatever environment. Here you can provide the attachment, and here you can provide the who is the person who is assigning the details and which sprint, under sprint 1. So you can create this particular bug. It means it is a issue, right? It means this is the bug for this particular user story, and this is a task for this particular user story, and this is the epic. It means larger goal is a login system. Here it is a one goal. As a user, I want to log in securely, right? And in this login system epic, there can be multiple user stories, right? I want to reset the password, can be another user story here. For example, here I can add here, let us say user story, right? I want to add the user story, means click here, story, right? I can add reset password as a user I want to reset password, right? This can be another this one. So it is under this epic one. You can provide the description here and many other details you can provide. You can assign to particular team, right? So sprint also, particular sprint, you can create it, right? So here you can see here you are able to see under backlog another epic, right? If you click on this, you will find the details here and you can assign and you can update the details here as well. So now we have created the epic, created the story and a task. Now you can create a sprint as well. That one also you have created. Here you can see this is the sprint, active sprint you can find here. Once you start the sprint, you can find the sprint here. You can start the sprint here, 2 weeks. You can start here. So you can find the active sprint here. Once your sprint is started, you can find the sprint here. To do, what is the issue? Here is to do, right? So you can update the things here in the backlog to do. So we have also seen how you can create the bug or issue while testing if any issue is found, and you can create a dashboard here for monitoring purpose. For example, you go to dashboards and create a dashboard. Let us say I will call it as demo dashboard, right? You can save this demo dashboard, and what are the components you want in this dashboard. For example, you want what are the things that you want to see in the dashboard. For example, issue in progress you want to see any charts, right? There are various things you can select here. What are the things assigned to me, you can select here. You can select any, there are some charts like pie chart also you can select here, right? You can customize this in many ways, right? Workload pie chart like this, and you can click on done here. So this is a dashboard, you need to refresh. So okay, I need to edit this actually. No filter selected, assigned to me. Okay, we'll save it here. Okay, filter, no filter or filter specified. Advanced search. You can select this. So pie chart you can select. Okay, you can save this. So you will get some chart like this, and assign to me what are the columns that you want. Start date, end date, actual send date, actual start date, all these things you can save. So once you save, you can specify done, and if there is any data available, it will show. See, for example, total issues 5, unassigned 3, assigned 2. It means if you click on the unassigned, so these are the unassigned issues. You can assign here, assign it to me, or you can assign to some other person as well. You can just click and select the name here, and this is also not assigned, right? You can assign to someone. This is also not assigned, you can assign to someone. And if you go back again to the dashboard, you will see everything is assigned here 100%. Earlier you were able to see unassigned this one as well. So what are all assigned to me, you can see here, right? So projects, you can go here. This is our project, demo project. So this is an issue which is in do, which is to do, and you can move it here in progress when you start working. Once it is done, you can move it here as well, right? And you can customize this. For example, you can add a more column like review. After done, you want to review, then you can do review here, right? So it will be reviewed and then it will go to done, right? You can customize this number of columns here in the dashboard as well. So you can see the backlogs here, means what are all to do things, and it's a timeline it will show here when start and end date, right? And under this epic, what are the stories available. So this user story epic, also another epic that we have created as a user. I want to reset the password also, you can see here, right? You can assign a story points here, estimated time, right, tracking time. So many things you can specify here, right. Apart from this, there are some other features, like you can invite the team members here. For example, here there will be some option here. If you click on here, you can add the emails, add people to this particular project. You can add, and you can click on add here, select the role of this person who is going to be added here, right. You can add more people, and you can connect the Jira to various external tools. For example, you can connect to the GitHub, so that it will automatically communicate with that, and based on the Git action, it will update here as well in the Jira, right. Based on the action that has happened, it will update here the status of the issue. So this is about the Jira, and it has various other features. If you want to know more about Jira, you go to this particular link, and if you go here, you will find various things related to Jira, right. These are the like tutorials you can find, right, how you can do each of these tasks. Here you can see getting started, be various things you can go through here, whatever mentioned here. What are the different things that you can do using Jira. And Jira, you can use each members, developer, the tester, the product owner, scrum master, they will be accessing different features in Jira. Some users might be creating a customized dashboard, some users will just update the task, some users might be updating the timeline, right. So different purposes you can use it. So once you start using, you will be more familiar, but basic thing is it is used for managing the projects. Here you can record your issues, here you can record your task, like a user epic, that is a larger task. Here you can record your user story, that is a scenario, and for that, completing that scenario, what are all the things to be done, accordingly you can update here whether it is done or not done. And also when you are testing, you can update any issue found during the testing, and that will be resolved, and then that will move to the done status. If you go here, timeline, right. So active sprint, if you go here, what are the things in progress, what is in under review, what is done, like that you can observe here. So basically you can track the progress of the project, and you can record the various details, like what is the issue, what you are working on, who is working on what. And also we have seen in the dashboards, you can generate the customized dashboard, like how many issues are assigned to which person, right. This is, you can see what are all things assigned to me, it is showing here, right. So that you can track here, and you can work on this, you can prioritize this, right. You can set the priority as well here. If you go to the particular project and you can click on this task, you can set the priority also here somewhere. Setting the priority, it should be somewhere here. Okay, priority, here you can see, you can change it to medium, high, highest, low, lowest, right. So these are the things. So we have discussed these things about the Jira. So basic things, you can explore more things. They have provided a tutorial here, that link also I will provide in this document. So our basic idea here is to give you an understanding of the concept, how the tools are used in Agile Scrum framework. Here our goal is to give you an understanding of how this project management tools are used in Agile. There are many other tools available in the market as well. So based on the organization that you are working, you might be using completely different tool. But the thing is, once you understand the concept that it is used for tracking and recording your project, and you can also monitor this project through this dashboard that we have created. So slightly different features and menus will be available in a different tool, but once you understand the concept, if you use it for like 1 or 2 weeks, easily you can use the tool for your day-to-day work. So this is about the project management tool. So now we have discussed about this particular project management tool in Agile, that is Jira. We have learned how you can set up the Jira account, and how you can create the project in Jira, and how you can update and create the dashboards and so on, right. In the next coming lectures, we will discuss about the version control tools in Agile, as well as CI/CD tools. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this lecture, we will discuss about version control systems in Agile. Especially when you are doing a software project, you need a system wherein you can control the version of the file. The version control basically means you are tracking changes to the file. It is especially important when you are doing a software development project. There are two different category of version control systems. One is called centralized version control system. Another one is distributed version control system. Now let us understand both of these version control systems and how they work. This is the diagram which represents the difference between the centralized version control system and distributed version control system. The centralized version control system, also called as CVCS, you can think of it as a single library, that is single repository here, right? The centralized version control system has a single repository. You can think of it as a single library in a city where all the books and files, that is in a software project, it is code and files are stored. Whenever you want to read a book or update it, you have to go to the library, that is a central server. Here in the centralized version control system, you have a one repository and many working copies. These are working copies, right? This is a centralized repository located on the server. Let us understand how it works. All files are stored on a central server. Every time someone wants to work on a file, they have to connect to the server and get the latest version of the file. When they finish their change, they send it back to the central server. Once you make the changes here, you send it back the changes to the server here, that is a repository. The advantage of centralized version control system is easy to manage because only one central place where all the files are stored. Everyone always working on the latest version of the file. But one of the disadvantage of centralized version control system is that if the central repository, that is this server where this repository is located, goes down, no one can access the file. You are accessing the file from this central repository, which is a server. If this server goes down, no one can access the file. You always need an internet connection to connect to the server. These are the two disadvantages. One is if server goes down, no one can access the file. Also, you always need an internet connection to access the files in this repository because this repository is located in the remote server. In a centralized repository, there is only one repository that is located on the server and each user will have a own working copy. On the other hand, the distributed version control system, for a distributed version control system, instead of a one library, you can say every person has their own copy of the entire library. It means each of this repository is a copy of this repository. Means each user has his own copy. They can read and make the changes to the book, that is their own library, at home without needing to go to the main library, that is central server. Each user, this is a user, imagine this is the user PC. This is in user PC. This part is located, this working copy and this repository are located in the user's personal computer, and this one is located on the server side, right? So each user can make a changes in their own repository. It means they no need to get connected to the internet, right? Each user have their own copy of this repository. Let us understand how it works. Here, every developer has a complete copy of the project in their own computer, right? Here, 3 different copies there in separate computers. They can work offline and make the changes to the file locally. Without needing an internet connection, they can work offline and make a changes here. Once you complete your change here, you can push this code to the central repository. Once you complete making changes here, you can push the code to the central repository so that other users can pull your changes back to their own personal repository. That is the repository located on their own computer. The advantage here is developers can work offline without needing to connect to the central server. Even if the central server crashes here, they still have a copy in their own machine. Using that, they can continue their work. It is faster to work locally as you do not need to constantly communicate with the central server. Once you complete all your changes at a time, you can push the changes here. So you are always making a changes here in your working copy. That's a local repository. One of the disadvantage here is it can be harder to manage if many people are making a change at the same time, because everyone has their own copy. Suppose let us say file A, I make a change here. Another user also making a change to the file A. Then both of them are pushing this change here. Then there can be a conflict. So we need to manage that properly here. That is one of the disadvantage here. If multiple users are making a changes to the same file, then conflict can arise. So in distributed version control system, there are many repositories. One repository is, this is a remote repository. This is the remote repository, and these are all local repositories. It means they are located in the user's computer. The key difference between centralized and distributed version control system is, in centralized version control system, there is one central server where everything is stored. This is the one central server where everything is stored, and everyone will connect to this and make changes. In a distributed version control system, everyone has a complete copy of the project. It means here one copy is there, here one copy is there, here one copy is there, right? Everybody has their own copy in their own machine, and they only share the changes when they are ready. Once you complete making the changes here, you will share back by pushing your code to the remote repository. The example for centralized version control systems can be SVN, that is called subversion, perforce or helix core. These are two different examples. SVN is one of the widely used centralized version control system, but nowadays most of the companies are moving to distributed version control system, because you always do not need to get connected to the central repository. Even without internet, even without having an internet connection all the time, you can work. And also, even if the central server goes down, you can still continue working here, right? That is the advantage of distributed version control system. The examples of distributed version control systems include Git and Mercurial. Nowadays, this is not being used. Only this is the very famous tool. In the coming lecture, we will understand how we can set up Git and how we can push the code to the GitHub. This Git will work with GitHub, Bitbucket, GitLab, etc. You can integrate that. Later in the course, we will learn how to set up Git and GitHub. In our own PC, we will set up the Git, and GitHub is a remote repository, and we will see how we can push the code from our own computer to remote repository, and if any changes are done in the remote repository, how we can get back those changes. We will see both of these things. Is called push operation. This is called pull operation. Now let us understand the distributed version control system in more detail, because this is the one widely used version control system. Distributed version control system we can represent in the picture like this. Here is the workstation or PC. User 1, this is the first user, second user, third user. Each have their own working copy. And this is the repository, local repository. This is the local. All this is located in user's own computer. And this is located on the server side. This one, this is a remote repository, right? This Git is installed in all user computers, and the GitHub is a remote repository. And here local repositories. These are all local repositories located in the user's own computer. You make a changes here, and first you save the changes in your local repository. Once you complete making the changes, push the code to the remote repository. Then you will pull back the code from the remote repository to local repository. If somebody else makes a changes, you can get those changes here, right? Each user will push the code to the remote repository once they complete making the changes. If this user wants to get the changes from this user, then he need to pull it from here to here. If you want to get the latest copy from the server, you need to do pull operation. If you want to send your changes to the remote server, you need to do push operation. Later in the course, we will learn how we can do push and pull operation using Git and GitHub. Thank you for watching. Now let us understand why version control systems are needed. or what is the purpose of version control systems? First one is track changes over a time. We want to track the changes to the different files in your software, right? Version control tools keep a record of every change made to a file, allowing developers to track and review the changes over a time. This helps in understanding who made which changes and why. If an issue arises, developers can also easily go back to the previous version. Another reason is collaboration. When a multiple team members work on a same project, version control tool allow everyone to work on different parts of the code without overwriting each other's work. They merge the changes from different team members and manage the conflict if two people change the same part of the file, right? We can manage that as well using this version control tools if there is any conflict when the two people are making the changes to the same part of the file. Another purpose, reverting to previous versions. If a bug or issue is introduced, version control tool allow you to revert to an earlier version of the code where things were working properly. This avoids the need to manually undo the changes, saving time and effort. Another purpose of version control system is to backup and safety. All versions of the file are stored in the version control system, acting as a backup. Even if files are accidentally deleted or corrupted, the version control system can recover older versions, ensuring no work is lost. Another purpose is managing multiple versions. For a project that have multiple different versions like a software release, version control tool help to manage these branches. You can work on different features or bug fixes in separate branches and merge them into a main project when you complete fixing those issues. Another purpose is accountability. Version control tools provide a clear history of who made what changes and when. This increases the accountability and transparency, making it easier to track the contribution of individual members. Another purpose is facilitating code reviews. Changes made to the file can easily be reviewed using version control tools. Teams can review the code before accepting it into the main project, ensuring that quality of the work is high and does not introduce new issues. Another purpose of version control systems is supporting continuous integration and delivery. In modern development workflows, version control system is a critical component of continuous integration and delivery pipeline, helping to automate testing and deployment. In short, the purpose of version control system is to provide a robust and reliable way to manage the changes to the project, especially when multiple people are involved in ensuring the project stability, collaboration and accountability. These are the reasons why version control tool is needed or the purpose of the version control systems. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. We have already discussed about what is version control system. The version control is basically we are tracking the changes to the file, and we have also discussed various version control tools. We have also discussed about various version control tools such as SVN, Git, etc. And we have also discussed that distributed version control system is widely used. Now we will discuss about one of the most popular distributed version control system using Git and GitHub. The setting up of distributed version control system using Git and GitHub will include: initially we will set up a Git on your local PC that will act as a local repository. Means repository will be residing in your own PC, and then we will create an account in the GitHub, which is a remote repository which will be located on the server side, and we will do the push and pull operation. It means pushing the code from your local repository to remote repository. Also pull means getting the code from remote repository to your local repository. These things we will do. Remember that our goal here is to understand the various processes in the organization. Our goal is not to go deeper into each tool. If you want to go deeper into each tool such as Git and SVN, it will be a separate topic and a separate discussion and a separate course altogether, and it is going to take a lot of time if you want to understand the each tool in depth. Our idea here is to understand the process and how teams work in an agile environment. So idea is how different tools are used and how they work together, and based on your role you need to understand the different tools. Some tools will be used by DevOps team, some tools will be used by development team, right? Some tools will be used by testing team, so on, right? Based on your role you might be using different tools. We will discuss how to install a Git on local machine. We will discuss for Mac as well as Windows. If you are on a Mac, you can install the Git using few different ways. First thing is, if you have a homebrew, then you can run this command. For that you need to install the homebrew first. To install the homebrew, you can go to homebrew website and you will get this is the command for installing a homebrew. I will provide all these commands in the resource section, and I will also provide the links to respective websites. And you can copy this command and you open the terminal in your Mac and you can run this command to install the homebrew. And once you install the homebrew, you can just provide this command brew install git, right? And there is one more method of installing the git on Mac using Mac ports, right? We will not get into this method, and the most easiest way is to install using Xcode. We will look into it. Actually on my Mac I have installed a git using Xcode. First thing is, open your search option or search App Store, and once you go to the App Store, search Xcode. Here I have already installed, that is why it is giving an update option, since there is an update available after I have done the installation. And if you have not installed, you will option like get. You need to click on get here for Xcode, and it will take some time. For me, it is asking for an update since I have installed it some time back, and it will be 6 to 8 GB minimum, and it will take some time for installation. Once you install, what you need to do is open the terminal. Once installation of Xcode is done, you type git --version. Now it should display the version of Git on your Mac. See, for me it is showing a Git version. It is giving here Apple Git because I have installed using Apple Xcode. Once you install Xcode, Git will automatically come with the Xcode. And Xcode is a tool which is used for various development purpose on Mac. Git is one such usage of Xcode. Now we have understood how to install Git on Mac, and also how to verify Git is installed or not. You need to use this command git --version. Now let us understand how to install a Git on Windows system. To install a Git on Windows, there are few ways, but one of the way is to install using the installer file. You can go to this link git scm download -win, and here you will get a download option. Click here to download. This will download a installer file. Once you download the installer file, you need to double click on the file and continue the installation process on Windows. And if you are using a PowerShell on Windows, then you just have to run this command winget install -id git.git-e -source winget. This will automatically install the Git. If you need to open the PowerShell in your Windows and run this command in administrator mode. right? These are the two different ways. One is download this file and double click, and once you double click and download the file, here there is a step-by-step instruction given on this page. Here you download this and double click, and here you click on next, and again you select the path here and click on next. Again select the required components and click on next. Similarly here you can give the folder name here and click on next, and then you can select the editor. Here you can select a default editor for Git and then click on next, and then choose the this option here, let the Git decide, and click on next. Here you select the recommended option here, click next, and here you select this option, use bundle OpenSSH, click next, and here you select this option, use OpenSSL, and click next, right? And here you select this option, click next, right? Here again you select this option and click next. Here you select the fast forward merge and click next, right? Like this. And here again Git credential manager, click next, and Firebase, Fire, what are the, here see, you need to read this and you need to see whether you need or not, but most of the options given here are default options which should work for you. So better you can select this option whatever is shown here and you can click on next. And here depending on the version of the Git that you are installing, it may offer a experimental features, right? Here you, if you want any experimental options, then you can select this, otherwise you just click on install. And finally here you click on finish once the installation is completed. And this is quite a few steps will be required if you want to install using GUI mode, but you can install Git on Windows using command line as well, that is PowerShell, right? Run the command as an administrator, and you can open the command line and run this command in administrator mode, and this command downloads the Git and for Windows and assume the default settings and completes the installation automatically. And this will be the simple step for you using this command, and open the command prompt and run this command in a administrator mode, right? And again to check the version of the Git, you can use the same command, git ---- version, that we have discussed for Mac as well, right? In the same way you can install that, and once a Git is installed, you will see this Git bash here like this, and you click on that, and then you will be able to get the Git bash command line, right? And in this link you will get very useful details if you have any issues with respect to your installation process, right? So this is about the installation of the Git, and I will provide all these necessary links in the document. You can go through this link and you can choose the whichever way that you want for installing on your PC based on your operating system, whether it is Windows or Mac. And there is also steps if you are using a Linux system here, and here they have given for Linux. Here this is a command for installing a Git, right? So you can use the whichever way you want based on your convenience, based on your operating system. I have created this document how you can set up a Git on your local PC, whether it is a Mac OS, whether it is a Windows OS, or whether it is a Linux OS. You can refer these steps and you can set up. I will be attaching this document in the resource section of this lecture. Thank you for watching. In this lecture, we will discuss how to create a remote or online repository in GitHub and push the code to the remote repository. And this remote repository can be accessed by all your team members, and they can pull the code from that repository. Now let us start practically. First step is we visit this website github.com, right? If you do not have an account, you can click on sign up here, and you provide all the necessary details, email ID, and it will keep asking all the details that are required for creating an account. And it is a simple process, and you can create an account. Since I have already created an account, I will log into the account,
So I will provide my user ID and password and click on sign in.
Once you create a GitHub account and log in, you will find your home page or a main page like this. Again, here Git and GitHub are big topics by itself, and it will be a separate course if we want to understand that in depth. But here our idea is to understand the process. So now let me create a new project or a new repository you can create in GitHub. You click on this new button. Now I will give a name for the repository. I will say demo agile project, right? I can give some description, agile demo project. I will keep it as public itself and create repository. Now the repository is created. Here they have given here the some commands which will be useful for pushing the code into the repository. I will note down these commands in the document now. Now I will open one of the IDE. I will use IntelliJ IDE and I will create a program now. So you click on new project here. I will create one Java project. Maven is a build. Here I will create say demo project 1. This is a project name. You can create the project, right? Now the project is created. This is a pom.xml. Because it's a Maven project, it will get created by default. I can close this. So I will go here inside the main Java. Under this Java, I will create one Java class. I will say I can call it as sample program. Now let me create a simple code here. Public static void main string args. So I will simply declare two variables and I will display the sum. Int a equal to 10, int b equal to 20, int sum equal to a plus b, right? I will print this system dot out dot println sum value equal to plus sum. So let me run this and verify whether program is working fine. See, sum value is displayed here as 30. 10 plus 20, 30. This is a simple program. Now I want to push this program to this repository in a GitHub. Let us see how we can do this. Now this is my project. What I will do is I will go to this folder. I will right click on this project, open in Finder. So this is my project, right? I will go under this project and I will open the terminal. In the previous lectures, we have already seen how to install the Git. I have already installed the Git hyphen version. It will display the version of the Git that is been installed in my system. This is the Git version I have installed. It has come with the Xcode since I am using a Mac PC. If you are using Windows PC, you might have to install the Git separately. That one, how to install the Git, we have discussed in the earlier lecture. Now what I will do is, I will initialize the empty Git repository here. It means Git init. So it will show here empty Git repository initialized. Here some folders will be created. They are hidden. To view the hidden folders in Mac, I can press Shift Command dot. See here, these are some hidden folders got created. This is the local repository, right? Now we can follow those commands given here, right? This file, if you want to add this file, you can add this, right? Now I can add this files, this project files, git. So I am already in this project folder, demo project 1, git add dot means add all the files in this particular project, right? You can display git status. It means these are the changes to be committed, it is telling. So we can commit this now. Git commit -m. Give some comment here. I will give it first commit. So now it is committed. If you check the status again, git status, it will show here nothing to commit, means everything has been committed. Now we need to push this code. Before that, we need to establish this connection using this particular command origin, right? Before that, we need to ship to the main branch. I am pushing it to the main branch, so I will shift to the main branch now. Git branch -m main. Now if you provide a command git branch, it will display the main branch. Now currently we are pointing to the main branch of the git repository. I have used this git and github earlier in my PC, so I will clear the cache so that you will understand how exactly you need to do for the first time, right? My old password, everything will get cleared. I can use this particular command git credential cache exit, git credential cache exit. It will clear all the cache, right? Also, before pushing the code, we need to create an access token. I will show you how we can create the access token. Just click on your profile, go to settings and go to developer settings, and here click on personal access token. You can create a classic token. So generate new token, you can click on here. You can click here, generate new token classic. You can provide the token name. Say I will call it as token 1. You can set the expiration date for the token, and here you can select what are the access you want for this particular token. So I will select all the access, push, delete, update, many different access are available here. You can select based on whatever you need. I will select everything. Here you see delete repository access, administration access, all different types of access are available. You can select and generate a token. Now the token is generated. This is the token. You need to note it down. I will copy this token and I will note down this token here, and this token will not be visible again. Here you can see, make sure you copy your personal access token. You won't be able to see it again. This token will be required whenever you want to push the code to your GitHub repository. Now you can establish a connection using git remote add origin, and this is the URL of my project on the GitHub, right? If you go here, home, right, this is the repository we have created just now. This is the repository. So this is the URL, right? This is the exact URL. It has been provided here in the command as well. Git remote add origin. It means it will establish the connection to this particular repository on the GitHub. So I can run this command git remote add origin, and this is the URL. This part is URL of the repository. So I can run this command now, right? So now this command is run. Now you can run this command git push u origin main. It will push the code to the main branch. For me, it has not asked for a password because I have already provided the password earlier, but in your case it might ask you a password and ID and password. ID, if it asks for ID, provide the email ID of your GitHub account. For password, you provide the access token that has been created earlier, right? If you are prompted for the ID and password, right? For me, I think it is somehow not cleared the cache. If you go to the repository here, demo project, you will see our code has been pushed here, first commit. If you go inside this src main, sample program that you have created is visible here, right? You can identify the program, exact program we have created here in the IDE, right? IntelliJ. Now what I will do is, I will make some changes here in the GitHub repository, and we will pull this change back to our local PC, that is local repository, right? Then it should be, changes should be visible here. Now what I will do is, I will change here, say, let us say I will add one more line here. So let me edit this file. I will add one more line here, int c equal to 30, and here sum equal to, I will add plus c, right? And okay, I will commit this change. I will call the, say, added c, added variable c, right? I can add some comment here and commit the change. Now the change has been committed here in the GitHub repository. How, what I can do now is, I can give a command git pull. See, you can see one file is changed, two insertions have been done, right? Now if I go here, see, the new program changes are visible. C is added, also sum equal to abc. Now what I can do is, I can make one more change here, local system, and I will push again. Let us see, system dot out dot println, this is end of program. So this is a new line we have added here. This line is currently not available here in the GitHub. Now what I will do is, I will add this git add dot git commit hyphen m. You can provide some comment here, second commit. So changes have been done. Now I can push here git push you origin main. So some spelling mistake, git push you origin main. So now changes have been pushed, right? If I come here and I refresh this page, see, here new line is visible here, println end of program. So in this way you can push the code in your local repository to the remote GitHub repository. Also you can pull the code from here remote repository to your local repository. Both the ways you can do. Whenever you are doing the push and pull for the first time in your system, it might ask for a user ID and password. For user ID, you provide your email ID that is registered with your GitHub account, and for a password, I have shown you, you need to generate the access token earlier. You provide this access token as a password, then you should be able to do this push and pull operation, right? This is about pushing the code to the GitHub repository as well as pulling the code from GitHub repository to your local repository in your PC. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this lecture, let us understand what exactly is CI/CD. Here CI stands for continuous integration. CD stands for continuous delivery and continuous deployment. It is a method used in software development to automate and speed up the process of building, testing and deploying the application, making it more efficient and reliable. Now let us discuss about the continuous integration, continuous delivery and continuous deployment one by one, what exactly they mean. First thing is continuous integration. When developers work on different parts of an application, CI ensures that every time a developer writes a new code and pushes it to the main project, the system automatically checks if it works well with the existing code. This process can happen frequently throughout the day. Basically, when a developer writes some new code and adds it to the existing project, it will check if it is working well with the already existing project. Let us understand how it works. When a developer writes a new code, they upload it to the shared location called a repository. The CI system automatically pulls the new code and runs the test to check if it is working properly with the rest of the project. If there are any issues like bugs or conflicts, the CI system alerts the developer to fix them immediately. The benefit is that it helps in finding and fixing the problems early and avoiding big issues later. The next one is about continuous delivery. After code is tested and verified, it needs to be delivered to a production-like environment. We also call it as pre-production. where it can be further checked and reviewed. Continuous delivery ensures that the new features or fixes are ready to be deployed to the users anytime. Let us understand how it works. After successful integration, the code is packaged and prepared to be delivered to the environment that mimics the live production environment, that is called pre-production environment. The code is always kept here in a deployable state, but the final step of releasing it to the production environment may require some approval based on the process in the organization. The benefit is that the team can release the updates frequently and reliably using this approach. The next one is continuous deployment. This is the next level after continuous delivery. It goes one step further by automatically deploying every changes that passes all the tests directly to the production. This is a live production environment without any manual intervention. Let us understand how it works. Once code passes all the checks and tests, it is automatically deployed to end users. This happens without any manual intervention, ensuring that updates happen quickly and smoothly. It helps in faster releasing of updates and there won't be much delays. Let us understand this CI/CD with a real life example. Let us assume you have an app to deliver a grocery. Developers continuously add a new features like discount or a new payment method, etc. These features are automatically tested and prepared for next release, that is continuous delivery. Developers continuously add new features like discounts, new payment methods, and add these new features to the main project. This is continuous integration. These features are automatically tested and prepared for next release. This is a continuous delivery. Once all the tests are passed, new features can be automatically go live on the app for all the users to enjoy it without any intervention. This is a continuous deployment. So basically, when the new features are developed, it passes through these three steps: continuous integration, continuous delivery, and continuous deployment before making it available for the end users. In an agile environment, CI/CD supports rapid and flexible development, ensuring that updates are released frequently with fewer errors and more efficiency. This is the process diagram and various tools used in the CI/CD process, right? Initially planning happens, and this happens using the Jira and Confluence. These are the tools used here. Then coding, we have already discussed about the Jira, how we can use it, and Confluence is one of the document management tool, and we have also discussed here we can push the code to the GitHub or GitLab, and there are various tools available for maintaining the code. And build happens. There are various build tools such as Gradle, Maven, Webpack, etc. Then you perform the testing using manual as well as automated approach. You might be using Selenium, Playwright, etc. Then you will do the releasing. Continuous integration happens. Here we use the tools like Jenkins Build Guide. And deployment, basically this code is deployed to the pre-production like environment using Docker and various other tools. Then operate means here they will manage the various systems such as memory, CPU allocation, etc. using Kubernetes, Terraform, etc. Then monitoring in the production, how exactly the system is performing, whether there are any performance issue, how the CPU memory is getting utilized, right? So this cycle continues, and there are various tools. Not only these tools, there are various other tools as well being used at different stages of CI/CD process. So this is about the continuous integration, continuous delivery, and continuous deployment process. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this lecture, let us understand purpose or benefit of CI/CD. The first benefit is automation. Testing and deploying are done automatically, reducing manual work. Second benefit is quick feedback. Developers get immediate feedback if something breaks or does not work, helping them fix the issues right away. Another benefit is faster release. Because everything is automated and streamlined, new features or bug fixes can be delivered to users faster and more frequently. Another benefit is reduced risks. Since code is constantly tested and verified, the risk of bugs in the live environment is much lower. Another benefit is collaboration. CI/CD promotes teamwork by making sure everyone's code works together smoothly, improving overall quality of the project. Benefit of CI/CD is that automation, quick feedback, faster releases, reduced risks, and collaboration. Thank you. Hello, welcome. In this lecture, let us understand practically how we can use Jira to manage the Agile projects. This is a practical guide. We know that Agile is an iterative and incremental approach to software development. Before starting Jira, we will go through some of the important Agile concepts that will be required while using Jira. We know that Agile means incremental and iterative approach. It means we develop the software in installments. It means we will develop a small feature, we will release it to the customer, we will get the feedback, and we will develop again the another feature, we will release it to the customer. It will be an iterative and incremental. It means we develop the software by adding more and more features to it. In Agile, one of the important framework is Scrum. There are other frameworks such as Kanban, Extreme Programming, etc. But most of the organizations will be using a Scrum framework for software development projects. We will be specifically focusing on Scrum framework in Agile while using Jira. Jira provides various other templates such as Kanban as well. Also, there are various tools that are available for managing the Agile project such as Trello, ClickUp, etc. But Jira is one of the most widely used, most widely accepted, famous tool which is used by most of the organizations. So it makes sense to practice Scrum framework in Jira. Basically, here we will create a project in Jira and we will use a Scrum framework template which is provided in Jira, manage the Agile project. There are some of the concepts or terminologies in Agile such as backlog. Backlog means set of features that are required for developing an application. For example, if you are developing an e-commerce application, there will be a features such as adding item to the cart, doing a checkout, creating a wish list, etc. Right? All different features are called backlog. And epic. Epic is a large body of work. For example, a wish list is an epic. A cart management is an epic. Inside the epic, there will be a multiple user stories. User story is nothing but a feature that is described from the user perspective. For example, it will be described like, as a user, I should be able to log in to the application by providing user ID and password. Or as a user, I should be able to add the item to the wish list. Right? Like this, different user stories will be written from the user perspective. And a task. Task means to develop a particular user story, you need to have a set of tasks such as design, coding, testing, etc. Right? These are called tasks. And there is also one more terminology called sprint. Sprint is nothing but a time-boxed approach to develop a set of features from the backlog. It means sprint is generally a duration of 2 to 4 weeks of time to develop an prioritized list of features. You are going to select some features from the backlog, and let us say there are 100 features here. You would select, let us say, 5 features, and these 5 will be developed in the coming sprint, which is called sprint backlog. A sprint is nothing but a time period of 2 to 4 weeks where complete the selected user stories. Keeping these terminologies and concepts in mind, we can proceed to practically using Jira now. In Jira, we will be looking into creating an account and creating a project in Jira, adding users to Jira, create backlog. We will be creating a user story and we will add the story point. Story point is added based on the complexity of the story, right? And we will add the task for each of the user story. We will be creating a sprint. Sprint is nothing but time period of 2 to 4 weeks to complete the selected user stories. and we will add the user stories to the sprint. User stories that you are going to complete in a particular sprint, that will be added to the sprint. Then finally we will start the sprint. Once sprint is started, you will start working on those user stories, and those stories will be updated based on the status or a progress of work. Now let us see how we can create the account in Jira. Now let me sign up and create a Jira account. Just search Jira sign up in your browser, and you can see start using Jira free today. You can click on this. So let it load. Now you can sign up using your email, or you can also sign up with your Google account, Microsoft account, Slack, or Apple account, right? So you already have account, means you can log in here as well. So let me sign up here using my Google account. So I'll use my Google account to sign up. Here you can click continue and create your account. So let us verify this. Okay, so create the account. So you can give any site name here which will be allocated to you. So I will keep it whatever is populated here and continue. And what kind of work do you do? We can say we are mainly doing software development work, right? So what is your team's plan to use Jira? We work in Scrum, right? And run the sprints. So it is preparing your account. So it is taking some time to create your account. So let us wait. It will take some time to create the account, so we need to wait for some time. So it is created now. So to get started, it is asking the project name here. Before creating the project, I will explain which application we are going to take as an example for creating the project here. We will consider this demo.opencart application. Okay, demo.opencart.com, and this is a online shopping website. To create this website, we need certain features. So the features to be developed for creating this particular application is called backlog. And there are various backlogs such as product wish list, product comparison, user profile enhancement, search filter, right, guest checkout, right, reviews, and so many features we need to develop to make this application. So we will take one backlog as an example now. Product wish list. Product wish list means this is the wish list you can see here. You can add your favorite product to the wish list, and you can refer those products later. It will get saved in your account, right? So add wish list feature for users to save the items for future purchase. Means whatever the items that you want to bookmark or save for later reference, then you can add those products to the wish list. This is the feature. We will take it as an example for a backlog item. And then for this particular backlog item, we can create an epic. Epic is product wish list, and epic name you can give some description about the epic, what is the value it is going to add, what is the acceptance criteria, right, for creating a product wish list. And to create this product wish list, we will have a multiple user stories. For example, add item to wish list is a one user story. User story can be like, as a user, I want to be able to add product to my wish list so that I can save them for future reference, right? Like this view wish list, you can create one more user story. As a user, I want to be able to view the items in the wish list that I have added earlier, right? Remove the items from the wish list. You can create user story like, as a user, I should be able to remove the items from the wish list that have been added earlier. Like this, for wish list, you can create various user stories. I have noted down some of the possible user stories here. We will take this one user story as an example, and we will show how you can add the user story in the Jira. And you also can note down the acceptance criteria for this particular add item to wish list. Add to wish list button is visible on each product page. Confirmation message appears when the product is added to the wish list. This is the acceptance criteria for this particular user story. to develop and test this user story, there will be multiple tasks that you need to do, and we can note down this task here. Task number 1, 2, 3, right? Design the wishlist icon, implement front end for wishlist button. This thing is done by designer, this is done by front end developer, some things are done by back end developers, and again after development testing is done by QA engineer, right? And then documentation is done by technical writer. So develop that particular feature, there are various teams, various roles are involved in that. First is a designing thing which is done by front end developers, then again back end logic is done by back end developers, again testing is done by testers, and then documentation is done by technical writer or a product owner, right? Like this, what are the tasks involved for this particular user story? Then you can note down those tasks, right? So this is the application that we will take as an example. So I will name the project as Open Cart Demo. So I'll select this as not familiar. So get started, right? So this is the project that I have created. You can select here accept all. So you can go to Jira homepage by clicking this particular icon. Here Jira is one of the product provided by Atlassian. This is the icon where you can access various products like Confluence, product discovery, like this, right? You can click on this Jira here to go to Jira homepage, right? You can close this, right? Project that we have created, right? Open cart demo. So I'll go to this okay, Jira homepage. This is the project that we have created, right? Now you can dismiss this, right? Now if you go to the backlog, currently there are no items in the backlog. We can create the backlog here, means epic. We can, once you created the project, you can create an epic. You can create here, click on this create issue, or you can create here, right? You make it here. So first thing is you have already created the project. Select your project here, means this particular issue belong to this project. There are 4 different types of issues like task, bug, story, and epic, right? Epic is large body of work, just like we have discussed earlier in Excel sheet. I have shown epic means this is the one epic, the product wish list. So I will create one epic here. This epic either will be done in one sprint or it might be completed in multiple sprints, because one epic will contain multiple user stories. So this is the description of the epic. I can place it here, right? And these epics are created by the product owner or a business analyst. Okay, he will describe the features that need to be developed. So here assignee, you can assign to any user, right? In your team, labels are useful for classification and searching. You can add the labels, which will be easy for filtering later if you want to filter certain epic based on labels. And parent element, this is the epic, so it does not have any parent element. Here which team is going to work on, that you can select here, and start date, end date you can select, right? You can also select the color for this particular epic, so that you can easily identify. And you can also add attachments here. You can also add some restriction if somebody should not be accessing this, right? So I'll create the epic now. So now you have created the Scrum 1 issue, right? So now issue is created, but it is not visible here, right? Because we need to make some change here so that it will be visible on the side. Show epic panel, you can make it like this here, right? So epic panel. Now under this product wish list epic, you can click on view details, right? And you can create a user story for this epic, right? For example, you can click on here, you create a issue, or you can even click here to create a issue. For example, I will create a story now. The parent element, you can select this epic here, Scrum 1 product wish list is a parent element. It means this user story will be created under this particular epic product wish list, right? So this is the user story. I will create this one for sample. So summary is add item to wish list, this is the user story, right? And this is the acceptance criteria, right? You can also put the acceptance criteria here, right? And status labels also again you can add on if you want, and you can select which sprint it should be under. Story point estimate. Story point is given based on the complexity of the story, right? You can note down the story point for each of the story based on how complex it is and how much time it is going to take. For example, some stories might be complex, which will be having higher. For example, wish list analytics. I have given 8 story points here, right? For add item to wish list, I have given 3 story points. View wish list might be simple, so I will give only 1 story point. So complex issues, the complex user stories will get higher points. So I will give 3 story points here, and linked issue. If any issue is related to this, then you can link it here, right? You can create the user story. Now once you create the user story, you can see it is appeared under sprint 1. For this particular user story, you can create the task that we have seen here, right? These tasks need to be done. You can add the tasks here. For example, now this user story is created. This is the user story that has been added in the backlog now. So actually it is added under a sprint itself, and you can move this under backlog as well, I think, right? So now it is added under the backlog. So for this particular user story, you can add the tasks to be done, right? You can click on add here. You can click child issues here, and you can add the subtasks here. For example, you can add the task like design a wishlist icon is one of the task, right? Create, right? And then implement the front end for wishlist button, right? This is another task. So like this, you can add all the different tasks to be done to complete this particular user story. And you can also add the comments here if some work is done or something information you need to provide, right? You can see now under this backlog you have this user story. Under this user story you have some child issues, 2 child issues, right? If you want to do any changes to this project setting, you can click on 3 dots here and click on project settings, and I will change the project key now. Open cart demo, I will change it as open cart, like this. I will change the key category. It's okay. I'll change this project key. So if I go to the project now, see, it will show it as OC2. It means issue number 2 in the project key OC, right? So first issue is this one. View the details. If you go here, this is the OC1, means issue number 1. First we have added the epic. Everything here is considered as issue, and after that we have created the user story, that is called OC2, means issue number 2. Under this user story we have added 2 tasks, right? That is given name as OC3, OC4. It means everything here in Jira is considered as issue. It will keep incrementing this number, right? Also there will be multiple people who will be working on the project. If you want to add the people to this project, then you can either go here and project settings, you can add the people here, and you can also add using here settings button and user management. Here I will try to add few users, and let us say you need to provide their email address. I will just provide some dummy address just for understanding purpose. I will say he said dev1 at gmail.com. I will say tester1 at gmail.com. We can say product owner 1 at gmail.com, right? I can add the members, right? It will send the email invitation to these users. Using that link they can sign up. And let us say I will add one more user. Let us say scrum master. scrummaster1@gmail.com. right, I'll invite this user as well. If you provide a valid email ID here, they will receive the email. Using that email they can sign up and they can access this project based on the access that has been provided. I will go to the home page of the project Jira, and it will take me to the home page. This is our project, right? Now if you go to the backlog, here is the sprint one. You can drag the issues here. For example, I can drag this user story from here to here. It means it is added in this particular sprint, and we can assign this user story to different users here, right? Here you can assign, it's unassigned, so I will assign it to myself for now. You can assign it to some whoever is working on this. You can give a label as well here, right? You can type the anything like let us say open cart something, so it will create a new label like this. So these labels are useful for searching purpose whenever you want to do some searching in the project. So you can start the sprint by clicking on this particular button here, right? Say it will automatically take the end date based on the start date and the duration. Say I can give the sprint goal here, like goal, I can provide the goal here as implement add product to wish list user story, or I can say develop and test. Let's say you can start the sprint. So now it will start the sprint, and here whatever your work to do means work is not started. Once the work is started, you can drag this to in progress. Once it is done, you can move it to done. It means it is completed. And here you can also add some more columns here for customization. For example, if I want to say like review, or let us say test or review, you can say test. Let me add as a test, right? We have added one more column here. We can, before done, we can test it here, right? Testing, and then when testing is passed, you can move it to done. And you can customize these columns here: to do, in progress, test, done, and you can even change the name here, right? And you can add the more columns based on your requirement. This is customizable dashboard. Once the sprint is completed, there is a button here. You can, once all the work in the sprint is done, you can complete the sprint, right?
Here I am able to see options such as report. If you are not able to find these options, just go to the project setting, click on these three dots, go to project settings, go to features, and you can enable these options. Reports, forms, many things are available. Whichever you want, you can enable. If you want to view the reports, you should enable this reports option here. So you can go back to the project settings now, and here if you go to the reports, you will be able to find burn up chart, burn down chart, right? It is readily available here. You do not need to do anything. If you just click on here, you select based on whatever the field that you want to select, story points, whatever the sprint that you want to select, that chart will be readily available here, right? It is showing here completed work. You can see this is the green line, right? So this is the guideline, means our estimated completion of the work, right? It is a end date of sprint December 7, right? December 7. The sprint date is from 23 November to 7th December. So this is the end date it will show. It is the gray line is our planned work completion. Green is actual work completed. This actual work completed will be displayed based on the this board that you can see here, whichever is completed here, right? So now you can complete the sprint by clicking on this option, right? Sprint cannot be completed as there are incomplete subtasks, right? So it is telling incomplete subtasks are available. So before completing the sprint, all the tasks here should be completed. It means if you go here, there are some subtasks you will be able to find. See here, you can see to do is there. You should make it done. So once subtasks are completed, you can try to complete the sprint, right? But still there are complete issues and open issues. Move open issues to new sprint. Here you can see these are open issues. One is here, I have added some more user stories here. You can see this user story not yet completed. So it is showing you should move this to the next sprint, whichever is not completed. Here in the backlog, I have added one more epic product comparison and couple of sample user stories I have added. This user story is completed. These two are not yet completed. So it is asking us to move to the next sprint. Also, let us see how you can create the bug here. Suppose let us say this sprint is going on. Now I want to create, there is a bug or issue. So you can click on create. You can select a bug. You can give a bug description here. So let us say bug 1. I will give some sample, this one, bug 1. So then you can assign this one to some team members and you can click on create. So now bug 1 is created. You can click here. So it should be, we should add it to the sprint 1. It is asking, it is not, we have not selected the sprint there while creating a bug. So we can add it to the sprint 1. Add it to sprint 1. Now the bug is added to sprint 1. You should be able to see here, you can see the bug, right? And while creating a bug, there should be an option to add it to the sprint, right? See here, you should select the sprint so that it will automatically add to the sprint. Let us say I create a here bug 2. Let us say bug 2. If you find any issue while you are doing a testing, you can raise a bug here in the Jira, right? So these bugs will automatically get added. So this is the parent element you can select if you want, and I am telling here add it to sprint 1, right? So if I create now, you will see this under to do, right? 2 bugs are created. You can assign it to the respective developer so that they will work on this, right? Once it is fixed, you can move it to this particular, this one. While they are working, you will move it to in progress, right? And then while you are retesting, you move it here, right? So in this way you can work on sprint. And Atlassian will keep changing some of the features in Jira. They will make slight changes. It can vary from time to time. To familiar with Jira, you need to explore this more. You use various options here. You can explore and you can learn. It is a it is not very complex tool. It's a simple one, and mostly by practicing and exploring more options, you will come to know better. And Atlassian might make a minor changes here and there in the Jira from time to time, but basic concepts will remain same, right? So this is about the Jira. Thank you for watching.
Hello, welcome. In this section, we will discuss about planning and estimation in Agile. Firstly, we will discuss about planning in Agile. Planning happens in Agile at multiple levels. Mainly, there are 2 levels of planning that is happening in Agile. One is release planning. Another one is sprint planning. Now, let us discuss about release planning in this particular lecture. Release planning is like creating a high level roadmap for what features or functionalities a team will work on in a particular period. It answers what and when for delivering a larger set of features and updates. For example, imagine you are building a new version of the mobile app for online shopping. The team plans to release the app update within 6 months. Here is how the sample planning would look like. The goal is to update the app to improve the customer experience and add the new features like improved search option and personalized product recommendation. In the high level feature, you decide what are the major features that will be included in the 6-month update, like a better search and better recommendation, faster loading, better suggestion, etc. It will also include the timeline. It is set of targets like feature 1 will be delivered by month 2, feature 2 will be delivered by month 4, Like in this case, search will be delivered by month 2, recommendation is delivered by month 4. Like this, you plan the timeline and the outcome. The outcome that we want to achieve through this release is better search and better product recommendation. Let me open the sample template that I have created for release planning. This is the sample template or an example that I have created for release planning of an online shopping app. This is a sample. You can adjust and modify based on your requirement. First thing is goals. What you want to achieve through this release, right? You can mention all those goals. For example, here you have mentioned improve user experience with more responsive and accurate search and recommendation system. And if you can have more than one goals as well. This is a major release features and timeline. For example, here improved search means create a faster, smarter search function with auto suggestions, filters and real-time search updates. We are estimated to deliver this in 1 to 2 months of time. The outcome of this delivery will be users can find a product more quickly with relevant personalized search result. Like this, for each of the major feature, you can mention here what are the feature, what is its description, when you are planning to deliver that, and what will be the outcome after its delivery, right? Here you can mention a detailed release milestone. For example, milestone 1 is improved search, planned to release by end of month 2. The goal here is to complete the development testing of improved search functionality. Task will be backend API setup, UI integration, functionality testing. These are the things need to be completed. These are the tasks need to be completed to achieve this milestone. Outcome is search functionality will be live with better speed, filtering, relevancy and ready for feedback and adjustment. Like this, for each milestone you can specify the goal, tasks involved and outcome. And this is again another format of timeline, like month 1 to 2 what you are focusing on, what is the expected outcome, right? For example, improved search, we are focusing on first 2 months for improved search development. Outcome is search feature developed and tested, right? Like this, for month 3, month 4 and 5, month 5 or 6, month 6 will be released. Version 2.0 is launched with all the new features that have been mentioned here, right? So like this, you can do the release planning. Here you can mention what is the risk involved and what is the risk mitigation strategy. Change in user requirement or market trend. If there is a change in user requirement, regular stakeholder check-ins and user feedback session after each milestone. After each milestone, we will be getting regular feedback from the user so that you can mitigate this risk. If you wait until the end of 6 months and then finally show the product to the users, if user is not accepting that, your 6 months of work will get wasted. So mitigate that strategy. Every week, every 15 days, every month you show your updates to the customer so that they can give you immediate feedback. Feature delay due to unforeseen technical issues. Prioritize the features and keep a buffer period for addressing any critical issues. It means you keep some buffer days during your planning. If you need 10 days, keep another 2 days extra for you in case there are some unforeseen technical issue. Performance issues on certain devices. Continuous performance testing on multiple devices and early optimization for heavy functionalities, right? You continuously do the performance testing as and when new features are developed so that any performance issue can also be notified and fixed. So this is some kind of a release planning template, and there is no particular standard for this. This is for example and understanding purpose. So you can modify this according to your own need. I will attach this template in the resource section of this lecture. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this section, we are discussing about planning and estimation in Agile. Under planning, we have already discussed about release planning. Now we will discuss about sprint planning. The sprint planning includes selecting the specific task to complete. Out of set of tasks or larger set, you select a specific task to complete. The time period for sprint is generally 1 to 4 weeks. The sprint planning is like planning a small step in a long journey to make sure that every member knows their role and priorities. Imagine you have many steps to climb. This is a release planning. Let us assume release planning is for 6 months. Here there are many tasks, task 1, task 2, task 3. There are many features to be delivered in each step, right? In sprint planning, you select one or two steps from this release planning and you work on that particular steps here. Sprint is generally 1 to 4 weeks of time. Release planning can be 6 months, 8 months, 12 months, like that, right? Out of these many steps to climb, you select only particular steps, one step or maybe couple of steps from here, and then you plan that in detail here in the sprint. Basically, sprint planning is about focusing on tasks to be completed in the shorter period of time, generally 1 to 4 weeks, where teams select a specific task to complete. Here, out of these many tasks, you select one or two specific tasks here, right? Then you complete in that particular sprint 1 to 4 weeks of time. For example, imagine you want to do certain changes on a shopping app. After a release planning, team will do the sprint to focus on the search function. Here they want to improve the search function features. For example, here the goal will be improve search, the sprint goal. And the tasks for the sprint can be designing a new search algorithm, performing a coding, testing, right? And team responsibilities will be designing, coding and testing. And here each team member knows their responsibilities and performs accordingly. The outcome expected from this sprint will be improved search. At the end of the sprint, the team should ideally have a working version of the improved search feature, right? This is how sprint planning happens. Out of many things, we focus on one particular thing and we work on that in the time period of generally 1 to 4 weeks of time. Now I will open the sample sprint planning document I have created. Let us go through that. This is the sample sprint planning document for the online shopping app. The goal of the sprint here is to develop and implement the enhanced search functionality. Here we are only focusing on search functionality. In the release planning, there were multiple features to be delivered. Out of that release planning, we take one functionality here and we work on that and make sure that product searches faster, more accurate and provides the user with relevant suggestions. The expected outcome of this sprint is improved feature of search should be available for initial testing. The sprint planning, we can do something like this. What is the task? Who is the owner for that task? What is the estimated time? And what is the description of that task? For example, requirement analysis. It is done by product owner. Define the specific requirements for search feature, including the desired speed, relevancy matrix and expected behavior, right? He will provide all the requirements here. Then design the UI UX search bar, right? This is done by UI UX designer. And what is the time taken for that? Then backend setup is done by backend developers, right? Develop a search algorithm. Again, it is also done by backend developer. Connect the UI, right? Front end and back end, they will work together. Then test the functionality is done by tester. Testing usability and UI feedback, right? It is done by tester and UI UX team together, right? So like this, each task, who is the owner, what is the estimated time and details of particular task, we can record like this. To plan for the sprint. Bug fixing, it is a responsibility of the development team. Sprint review, once all the features have been developed, the team members need to give the demo of the completed feature. They need to show the working version of the software. Sprint retrospective, these two are attended by all the members. Sprint review and sprint retrospective we have already discussed in one of our earlier lecture in detail. In sprint review, team members will present the final working version of the search features to stakeholders for review and feedback. In sprint retrospective, discuss what went well, what are the areas for improvement and any lessons learned to optimize for the next sprint. You can also note down the timeline like this. Day 1 what will be done, day 2 to 3 what is done, 4 5 what is done, like that, right? You can plan the timeline like this. What is the activity done and until day 14. Day 14 means it is a 2 weeks of sprint, right? You can plan the sprint timeline like this, starting from day 1 requirement analysis to day 14 sprint retrospective, and what is being done at each of these days. Expected deliverables: improved product search feature. The feature should allow users to quickly find a relevant products with suggestions and filters. Documentation: details of search functionality and test cases. These are the deliverables. You need to deliver the working software, test cases for this search functionality, feedback and next steps, feedback from the stakeholders, identification of potential improvements for the future sprint, right? These are the expected deliverables. Like this, you can do a sprint planning. This is a sample, an example for understanding purpose. You can adjust and modify according to your requirement. So this is about the sprint planning in Agile. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this lecture, let us understand about estimation in Agile. The estimation is a way to predict the effort required to complete a particular task or a project. Basically, you are predicting the effort required for completing a particular task or a project here. Agile estimation is a way of predicting how much time or effort team will need to complete a task or a project. The goal is to get an idea of how big or complex a task is rather than calculating the exact hours. Let us understand estimation with a real life example. Imagine you are planning for a trip. Then you decide whether you want to carry a suitcase or a backpack or a duffel bag based on how much you plan to bring. Generally, you do not count number of items that you are carrying during a trip. Agile estimation works similarly. It gives an idea of size rather than specifications. There are two important concepts related to Agile estimation. First concept is about story point. A story point is a unit of measurement or a scale for an estimation. You need some scale to measure. For example, you are going to measure a distance in meter or a kilometer, right? Weight you are measuring in kg. Similarly, effort is measured in story points. So story point is a unit of measurement. Another concept is planning poker. Planning poker is an estimation technique or a process to determine the story point value. Story points are decided based on the complexity. Planning poker is a kind of a game where everyone discusses and comes to an agreement on the effort required. That is a story point value. Story point is decided based on the complexity, not the time. The planning poker makes estimation fun and consensus based. Let us understand these concepts in detail. Story point, as we have discussed, it is about measuring the complexity, not the time. Story point is decided based on the effort, based on complexity, risks involved, and also any unknown factors. Also, story points are assigned based on the Fibonacci sequence. You assign a value like 1, 2, 3, 5, 8 like that. You don't assign a value of 4 or a 9, right? Story point assignment follows a Fibonacci sequence. Story point represent the amount of effort required to complete a user story or a small piece of the project. It is a rough estimate. Includes factors like complexity, risks, and any unknowns. Story point usually follows a Fibonacci sequence like 1, 2, 3, 5, etc. The higher the number means more complex the task is. Let us understand this story point assignment with a real life scenario. Imagine you are asked to prepare 3 different dishes. You are making a sandwich, you are cooking a sambar, or you are also baking a cake. Making sandwich is simple, quick, and fewer ingredients are needed. So it is simple. Hence story point is only 1. For a sambar, it will take little more time and cooking is needed here. Hence it is having a more story points compared to sandwich. Here story point is 3. Preparing a cake is more complex and it needs a baking time, precision is needed, decoration is needed, right? So it is having a 8 points. Based on the complexity of the task, you assign a story point. Here making sandwich is simple, hence story point is we have assigned only 1. Sambar is little more complex compared to sandwich, so story point assigned is 3. Cake is even more complex, hence 8 story points are assigned to this. In this way, in Agile as well, we assign a story point based on the complexity. These story points does not mean the number of hours. They just represent the complexity. The more point means it is more complex. Now this story point is about the measurement or a scale of effort. The story point is about the effort required. Now let us understand the process of assigning that story point. That is called planning poker. Planning poker is a collaborative technique where each member uses a card. Each card will be having a story point values like 1, 2, 3, 5, etc. That is a Fibonacci series. Let us understand how it works. The first thing is discuss the task. The team discusses the user story or a task, understand its requirement. After that, each user will vote with the card. It means each member secretly picks a card with their story point estimate. Then the final step is reveal and discuss. It means all the cards are shown at the same time. If everyone agrees to same point, then it is great. If everyone is having a different estimation or there is too much of a difference in the estimation, then they discuss why their estimation is different. And then finally they come to consensus and decide the final estimation. Let us understand this planning poker with a real life scenario. Imagine you and your friends are trying to decide where to go for a lunch. Some of your friends will say, let us go to a food truck and let us finish the lunch quickly. And another group of people are suggesting, let us go to a restaurant and sit down and eat. Now, there is a difference of opinion. Now, you all rate each option based on your time constraint and hunger level. After discussion, you reach a consensus deciding on an option that suits everybody. In a planning poker, the team aligns in a similar way on how complex they feel a task will be. Now let us understand using a case study. We will use story point and a planning poker to estimate for an e-commerce project. Imagine a team is building an e-commerce website. Imagine a team has three main tasks to start with. Designing a home page. Estimated story point for home page is 5. The next story is add the product search functionality. It's a 3 story points. Implement the shopping cart. It is 8 story points. Here, based on the complexity, we have assigned the story point. It means implementing the shopping cart functionality is more complex, and next complexity is home page design, and search functionality here is least complex compared to other two, right? Like this, in your project, you can assign a story point based on the complexity of the task. Now let us understand why we use story point and a planning poker for the estimation. First thing is it encourages collaboration. Everyone's opinion is valued in planning poker, so everyone gets involved. So it increases the collaboration. Focuses on effort, not on hours. Story point helps to keep the focus on amount of work, not the time. This way, teams are not pressured by the time constraint. They are instead encouraged to think about the true effort. It helps in sprint planning. Total story points planned for a sprint gives a rough idea how much can be achieved. So now we have discussed about the estimation in Agile using story point and planning poker. Story point is a unit of measurement or a scale for measuring the effort. Planning poker is a method of assigning a point to the task, right? It is a kind of a game, you can say, where everybody uses a card and everybody picks their card and they show the card at the same time, and then they decide what is the exact story point to be assigned for each of the tasks. So this is about the estimation in Agile. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this section, we will discuss about managing Agile projects. Under managing Agile projects, there are two important sections that we will be focusing on. They are Agile metrics and reporting and Agile risk management. In this lecture, we will focus on Agile metrics and reporting. Under Agile matrices and reporting, there are three important matrices that we will consider. One is velocity, another one is burn down chart, another one is burn up charts. These are under Agile matrices and reporting. In this lecture, particularly we will focus on Agile velocity. We will understand what exactly velocity means in Agile. Let us discuss in detail about velocity. Velocity is about measuring team's speed. The speed here is measured in story points. For example, distance you are measuring in kilometer. Vehicle speed is measured in kilometer per hour. Like that, here team speed in Agile project is measured in story points. Imagine you have 2 weeks of time to complete set of tasks. Your completed story point is 20. Then your speed is considered as 20 story points. Velocity is a measure of how much work a team can complete in a given time period. It is usually a sprint of 1 to 2 weeks of time. It is typically measured in story points and it gives an idea of team's average capacity. Let us understand velocity with a real life scenario. Imagine you are moving from house 1 to house 2. On day 1 you are moving 20 boxes and in day 2 you are moving 22 boxes, and imagine in day 3 you are moving 18 boxes. It means your average velocity is 20 plus 22 plus 18 divided by 3, which is equal to 20. Similarly, let us say in sprint 1 you are completing 20 story points, sprint 2 you have completed 22 story points, and sprint 3 you have completed 18 story points. In that case as well, your average velocity of the team is 20 plus 22 plus 18 divided by 3, which is equal to 20. Means average is considered here, velocity. It gives an idea of how much task a team is able to handle in a given time period. Time period is generally a time period of a sprint, which is generally between 1 to 4 weeks of time. Let us understand what is the use of this velocity, the use case. It will help in planning your future sprint. For example, if a team's average velocity is 20 story points in the last 3 sprints, then team can plan their next sprint around this story points. Means you can plan to complete around 20 story points in the coming sprint, so that you do not overcommit and under deliver in the coming sprint. Based on the average velocity of team in the last few sprints, you can plan the coming sprint as well properly. So this is about velocity, which means how much work team is able to complete in a given time period. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this lecture, let us discuss about burn down chart in Agile. Burn down chart tracks the remaining work. Suppose you have a graph like this. Along y-axis you have a story points, and along x-axis you have number of days. At the starting of day 1, let us say you have 80 story points to be completed. Your planned work is along this straight line. You are expected to complete by day 8, and this blue line, dotted line, represents your actual work. If the blue line is above this orange color line, it means you are lagging behind. If this blue line here, it crosses this and comes down below this orange line, it means you are ahead of your plan, and in the end you have only reached by the end of day 8 there are still 40 points. It means by the end of day 8 there are only 40 story points completed until here. It means you are lagging behind here. You need to complete remaining 40 story points. But as per the actual plan, 10 story points. It means you are lagging behind here 30 story points based on your plan. Like this, burn down chart tracks the remaining work. Remember, burn down chart is used for tracking the remaining work. Along y-axis, you will represent the story points, and along y-axis, you represent number of days. Orange line represents your planned work. Ideally, you should complete like this by 8th or 9th day, right? This blue line represents the actual work that has been completed. Let us understand burn down chart with a real life scenario. Imagine you are planning to sell 50 cookies in 5 days. At the end of day 1, you will have a 40 cookies remaining because 10 cookies you have already sold on day 1. Similarly, end of day 2 you have sold another 10 cookies. It means 30 cookies are remaining. At the end of day 3, when you sell 10 more cookies, you will have 20 remaining. End of day 4, you will have 10 remaining. At the end of day 5, there will be 0 cookies. Means you have sold out all the cookies. Here as well, you are tracking the remaining cookies, right? In this case, here we are tracking how many cookies are remaining. Here 40 remaining, 30 remaining, 20 remaining, 10 remaining and 0 remaining. Burn down chart works in similar way. It helps team to see whether they are on track to complete the task by the end of the sprint. If the chart shows too much remaining work near the end, it signals that team might need to adjust and prioritize. One of the use case or importance of burn down chart is that it helps to check whether a team is on track. Burn down chart is an excellent way for checking your daily status as well as tracking how much work is remaining and whether you are on track to complete the task on time. They let everyone see if the team is on track and help the managers or a team members to identify any blockers and delays. So this is about the burn down chart in Agile. It basically tracks the remaining work. At any point of time here, you will be able to identify the remaining work or a remaining story point. For example, at this point, you have a almost 30 story points remaining, right? Like this, at any given day, you can track the remaining work. This part is a remaining work. Here, for example, 40 story points remaining. For example, here 50 story points remaining. Here 60 story points remaining, right? So basically, burn down chart will track the remaining work in your sprint. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this lecture, let us discuss about the burn up chart. Burn up chart shows how much work has been completed so far. Imagine you have this graph. Here, red line represents the estimated work to be done. Blue line represents the actual work completed. In this graph, x-axis represents number of days and y-axis represents the story points. You are starting with a 0 story point on day 1 and you are expected to complete by day 10 the 35 story points, right? So far you have completed here till 30 story points. This is the line, right? Burn up chart is opposite to a burn down chart. It shows the work completed over a time. To meet the estimation, here by day 10 this line need to meet this line here. Otherwise it can, if this line is going like this, it can take more days like day 11, day 12, so on, right? Ultimately it need to reach this 35 story points at some point of time. As per the estimation, it has to reach on day 10. If it is going beyond that, it means you are going beyond the estimated time. Let us understand burn up chart with a real life scenario. Imagine you are going on a road trip from New Delhi to Bengaluru. You have traveled from here to here. You have covered this much distance so far. And each time you stop, you track the how much distance you have covered. By that way, you can understand how much distance you have to cover as well, right? Burn up chart is something similar to like this. One line represents the total work needed, while the other one tracks how much work is done so far. Here, this complete line represents how much work to be done, right? This complete line, it represents how much distance to be covered. And this line here to here represents how much distance has been covered so far. And burn up chart works in similar way. One line represents the total work needed, while other line tracks work done so far. Let us understand the use case or a use of a burn up chart. Burn up chart helps to understand how close the team is to completing a overall work. Imagine you are running a running race from point A to point B. Burn up chart helps to understand how close the team is to a finishing line. Burn up charts are helpful in longer projects with changing requirements as they show how close the team is to completing the overall work, even if new tasks are added along the way. So far, we have discussed about velocity, burn down chart and burn up chart. Generally, all these matrices are used for tracking the Agile project. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. Let us understand about risk management in Agile. Firstly, let us understand what is risk and what is risk management. What is risk? A risk is anything that could potentially disrupt your project, such as missed deadline. For example, you might have set a 1 month of time to complete the sprint or even a project. Then you are not able to complete within that 1 month time. It means you have missed the deadline. You are crossing the time limit that has been set for the project or a sprint. Another risk can be unexpected changes. Let us say you are in the middle of the project and you receive a request for a change, customer requirement changes. Then also there is a possibility of missing the deadline and it can complicate the work due to the unexpected changes in the middle of the project. Another risk can be technical issue such as server is down or not able to access some of the services that you need, right? These are all different kinds of risks that you might be facing while working on a project. A risk is anything that can disrupt your project. A risk is something that can disrupt your project. It can be missing deadline or unexpected changes or a technical issue. Now let us understand what is risk management. Risk management is a continuous process. It is not a one-time activity. Throughout the project, you will be doing this risk management. Risk management is about identifying the risk, and there are various ways you can identify, such as brainstorming and reviewing activity. We will discuss about the risk identification in detail in the coming lecture. Remember, in the risk management, first thing is to identify the risk. Next thing is to managing the risk. Managing the risk involves accessing the risk and handling it. Risk management involves two key activities. One is identifying the risk, another one is managing the risk. For example, in a sprint planning, team might identify the risk of delayed API data from the third party, right? You need a API data to work on the API, but team is identifying there might be a risk of delayed data from the third party. Then managing that risk involves assessment and handling of risk. Assessment means what is the likelihood of this risk occurrence and what is the impact. Team might say there is a high likelihood of occurrence of this risk. What is the impact? Impact can be medium or high, right? Based on that, you classify the risk. Then handling a risk is how you minimize this risk. For example, in this case, a developer might be assigned to monitor the risk. A team prepares a backup plan to build a dummy data features to test the API integration if delay occurs, minimizing the project disruption. Basically, you prepare a backup plan and you create a dummy data. In case third party is not able to provide the data on time, you can use the dummy data. So this is about the risk and risk management. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In the previous lecture, we have discussed about what is risk and what is risk management. We have also understood there are two components involved in risk management. One is identifying a risk and another one is managing a risk. And this risk management is a continuous process. In this lecture, we will discuss in detail about identifying the risk. What are the various ways we can use to identify a risk in a project? Let us discuss them one by one. First thing is brainstorming. Team members discuss potential risks for each sprint during the planning session. When you are doing a planning for a sprint, you also discuss about the possible risks for that particular sprint. For example, during a sprint planning of an e-commerce project, team identifies the risk of surge traffic during a promotional event, potentially impacting the server performance. It means during a promotional event, there might be a surge in traffic. Your server should be able to handle that load. So you need to ensure that there are enough resources available. Another approach for identifying risk is retrospective reviews. We analyze the issues from the previous sprint to spot recurring risks and avoid repeating them. When you go through the risks that you have faced during a previous sprint, you will be able to identify the possible risks for the coming sprint as well. For example, a retrospective review reveals that sprint suffered a delay due to incomplete requirement documentation. It means you can follow up to get the updated document so that you can avoid that risk in the coming sprint. Another approach to identify risk is SWOT analysis. It means you identify strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. Analyzing the project strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats to identify the potential risk areas. When you analyze the strength, weakness, opportunity, and a threat, you will be able to identify the potential risk areas. For example, during a SWOT analysis for a mobile app project, the team notes that adopting to a new programming framework could be weakness, posing a learning curve. When you adopt to a new programming language, there will be a learning curve. It can delay the project completion. Another approach for identifying a risk is using a risk checklist. Using a checklist of common agile risks such as requirement changes, resource availability, and technical challenges. For example, while using a risk checklist, team identifies dependency on a third-party payment gateway as a potential risk that could impact the transaction processing. Another approach is user story mapping. You break down the features of the project to understand in detail and identify the risk specific to each feature or a user story. When you break down the project into user stories, then you can identify the risk associated with each of these user stories properly. For example, when mapping out a user story for a file upload feature, team identifies the risk of potential security vulnerabilities related to large file uploads. Another approach is to identifying a risk is customer feedback. Collecting insight from the customer to catch the potential issues early, especially on features in active development. You keep getting the feedback from the customer, which will help you to identify the possible risk. For example, customer reports delay when using a beta feature of an application, prompting team to flag server response time as a risk to be managed. User is reporting a slowness in the application. So it means you need to look at the server capacity and the response. What exactly is causing this delay in the response? These are some of the risk identification approaches in an agile project. You do not need to memorize everything as it is, but you need to understand the approach for identifying the risk in an agile project. Risk can vary from project to project. You can add on more approaches as well based on the nature of the project. Based on the nature of the project, you can add on more risk identification approach as well. Maybe some of these approaches may not be suitable for a particular kind of project. Overall, you need to understand the concept of risk identification. That is the purpose of this lecture. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In the previous lecture, we have discussed about risk identification methods or strategies. In this lecture, we will discuss about managing risk. There are two important aspects when it comes to managing a risk. First thing is assessing a risk, also called risk assessment. Another one is handling the risk. In this lecture, we will focus on how to assess the risk. Let us discuss some of the risk assessment methods or strategies. Risk assessment is nothing but how much it is going to impact on our project. What is the likelihood of occurrence of this particular risk? That is what we are going to identify in risk assessment. One of the risk assessment strategies is risk scoring based on the likelihood of occurrence as well as impact of the risk. For example, here risk can be incomplete user requirement. Likelihood of occurrence based on your previous experience on the project, you can say whether it is high or low. And impact, if requirement is not clear, what will be the impact on the project? It is high. Based on that, you can give a score out of 10. Let us say 10 out of 10. This is the highest risk. And another risk can be, I have just mentioned as risk 2. You can mention the risk name here. This can be high or low, like this, low or high. Based on the risk, you can categorize what is the likelihood of occurrence, what is the impact of the risk. Based on that, you can provide the scoring for the risk. The risk with higher score need to be addressed on priority. In this risk assessment strategy, we will do scoring of a risk based on the probability and impact and then prioritize them. Based on this scoring, you can categorize the risk as high or medium or low, right? You can categorize the risk as high, medium and low category based on this score, right? Another risk assessment strategy is risk matrix. In this matrix, along x-axis we represent the risk probability, along y-axis we represent the impact of the risk. In the first quadrant here, probability of risk is also high, impact is also high. Here probability of risk is high, impact is low. Here both impact and probability of risk are low. Probability is low but impact is high. Like this you can categorize the risk. For example, incomplete user requirement, I will place under this category. Impact is high as well as probability is high. Similarly, if you have some other risk, you can categorize this in one of these four categories. In this risk matrix approach, we visually prioritize and decide on the management approach based on the severity of the risk and likelihood of occurrence. For example, here risk of incomplete user requirement is placed in high likelihood and high impact quadrant, making it a top priority for early attention and addressing and during development. Another risk assessment strategy is regular sprint reviews. We review the risk at the end of each sprint and we will keep the priority updated and monitor if any changes are required. For example, during a sprint review, team might move a medium risk to higher risk category and higher risk to lower risk category based on the likelihood and occurrence at that particular point in time. Another risk assessment strategy is expert judgment. In expert judgment, in this strategy, we will consult with experts, we consult with developers, we consult with QA engineers to better access the technical risk based on their past experience. For example, a senior architect might assess that planned cloud infrastructure could incur unexpectedly high cost under a peak load, rating it as a medium likelihood but high impact risk. Another risk assessment strategy is user story impact assessment, evaluating risk for each user story to understand the impact on the project timeline, quality and a cost. For example, team rates that user story for handling a data is a high impact risk because we need a mechanism here to protect the data. A robust security mechanism is needed which could extend the timeline if not managed correctly. These are the some of the risk assessment strategies. Idea of this lecture is you should understand the concept of risk assessment based on the likelihood and impact, and you can employ some other risk assessment strategy as well based on your project requirement. The basic idea of this lecture is you should understand how to assess the risk. You do not necessarily need to remember all these as it is, but you should understand the concept of risk assessment. What are the methods and strategies that you can apply for a risk assessment based on your project? Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. We have been discussing about managing risk. We have initially discussed about identifying the risk. In the previous lecture, we have discussed about assessing the risk and various risk assessment methods or strategies. In this lecture, we will discuss about handling risk, how we can handle the risk so that we can minimize the risk to the project. We will discuss different strategies or methods for handling the risk. Let us discuss one by one. First approach is risk mitigation planning. In risk mitigation planning, we develop a specific plan to minimize the impact of each high priority risk by implementing the preventive actions. For example, to handle risk of performance issue due to complex database query, your team might decide to optimize the query. Also, preload the memory with the data so that we can minimize the risk of slowness due to the complexity of query by optimizing the query as well as preloading the data into the memory. Another risk handling strategy is to use the daily stand-up meetings to discuss about the risk. In a daily stand-up meeting, we regularly discuss about the risk to catch the new risk, also to plan and adjust your work according to the risk. For example, in a daily stand-up, team might bring up a limited access to a testing environment is a potential risk during a testing, right? They can bring up this issue in the meeting and team leader can get this resolved by getting the required access so that your work will not be impacted during the testing, so that work can go on smoothly without any issue. Another strategy of handling risk is to risk burn down chart. In risk burn down chart, we visually represent the risk, how much risk need to be handled. Here in risk burn down chart, you can visually track how much risk need to be addressed at a given point of time. Another risk handling strategy or a method is adoption or a pivoting. Adoption means adjusting the project scope and requirement quickly based on the risk assessment insight. For example, when a new feature complexity is higher than what you have anticipated, the team scales back its functionality to meet the deadline by delivering a simplified version of the application. Another risk handling strategy is contingency planning. In contingency planning, we prepare a fallback plan for a high risk areas to ensure minimal disruption if the application risk materializes. For example, there is a possibility of potential failure to a third party API during a peak usage. The team builds a fallback plan to minimize this impact by allowing the usage of basic functionalities without needing for the API. Another risk handling strategy, owner assignment and accountability. Assigning specific team members to monitor and handle each high priority risk. Here, what we will do is we will assign a specific team member to handle the high priority risk. It will ensure the accountability and action. For example, a team assigns a lead developers to closely monitor the critical risk related to data migration, ensuring immediate attention to any issues. I have prepared a template for a risk management which can be useful for you to handle and monitor the risk. For example, here first column is a risk ID. This is the risk description. Key feature delivery delay due to technical complexity. Risk type. Risk type means whether it is related to timeline, means schedule, means there is a possibility of delay. Scope means it is related to the coverage area. For example, unclear requirement from the client can cause a confusion in the scope, right? And this one, likelihood, it can be high, medium or low. How likely this risk to occur, right? You can mention here based on your experience and based on the discussion during the meeting. And what is the impact if this risk occurs? What is the impact on the project, whether it is high or low or medium, right? You can mention. And based on this impact and the likelihood, you can assign a priority to the risk. Priority means the one with highest priority, that is number one, to be addressed first. The extra care should be taken to handle this high priority risk. Particularly for a higher priority risk, we assign a specific team member to continuously monitor and take a necessary action. What is the plan for this risk? For example, here a delay due to complexity. You assign extra resource and break the task into smaller tasks, right? Who is the owner? You can assign, provide the name of the owner here and what is the status, whether this risk is closed or in progress or open, right? You can mention the status of the risk. I will attach this template in the resource section of this lecture so that you can refer this, and this template can be modified according to the requirement in your project. This is for the understanding purpose. Once you understand the concept and the principle of risk management, you can use it according to your own requirement. So in this lecture, we have discussed about risk handling methods or strategies. These are important risk handling strategies or methods. You do not necessarily need to remember all these as it is, but you should understand the concept that you can do a risk mitigation planning, and as well as you can discuss the risk during daily stand up and take action. You can prepare a risk burn down chart. Adopting based on the risk, you can adjust your requirement and a scope based on the risk, right? Contingency planning, if something happens, what is the plan? That is a fallback strategy. And assigning the owner for each risk, particularly for each high priority risk, you will assign a owner who will continuously monitor and take a necessary action. These are some of the risk handling methods or strategies. The purpose here is you should understand the concept of risk handling. You do not need to memorize all these as it is, right? Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this section, we will discuss about agile testing practices. In agile testing practices, there are two important concepts. One is shift left testing. Another one is behavior driven development. In this lecture, we will specifically focus on learning shift left testing in agile. We will discuss about shift left testing in detail. Let us understand what is shift left testing in agile. Shift left testing means moving testing activities earlier in the development process instead of waiting until end of the project to test the product. Agile teams test continuously starting as early as possible so problems can be found and fixed sooner. Shift left testing means testing early in the software development lifecycle. Let us look at different phases of software development lifecycle. It contains these phases: requirement specification, design, implementation or development. Testing comes here, and then deployment. But in shift left testing, rather than waiting till this point, we start the testing from here itself. That is what called shift left testing. We particularly move the testing to this phase. We particularly start testing from this particular phase itself, requirement phase itself. That is called shift left testing. Instead of waiting till this testing phase, we start the testing from requirement phase itself. Let us understand what we can test in each of these phases. In shift left testing, we begin the testing in requirement phase itself. That is why it is called shift left. In requirement analysis phase, testers will collaborate with business analysts and developers to review the requirement. Review the requirement and identify potential issues and ambiguities in the requirement, which can prevent the defects from being coded into the software. For example, if a requirement is unclear about how a feature should behave under specific conditions, testers can raise query early to clarify and preventing costly rework later. If you find any ambiguity or issue in the requirement specification document, then you can raise that as a clarification and you can get it rectified so that these defects will not get coded in the software. In the design phase, testers can start creating a test cases based on the design document, and they can clarify any design ambiguity or issues with the developers or system architects. They might use static testing techniques such as peer reviews or walkthrough of design documents to identify risks or any gaps in the design. For example, if there is a issue with respect to password security in the design, if it is not specified properly, then you can raise that clarification and get it fixed in the design phase itself. When the issues are rectified in each of these phases, those issues will not move to the next phase, right? You can avoid that issue being moved to the next phase. When you identify the issues in each of these phases and rectify it then and there, then that issue will not move to next phase in the software development lifecycle. That is the idea of shift left testing. That is starting testing early in the software development lifecycle. Testing will continue in the development phase also. Here developers will do unit testing as well. Also, each time new code is written for a feature, automated tests is run to check any broken functionality. So issues are identified and fixed immediately. In the testing phase, you will test the actual software. That is, you test the complete build. In the testing phase, you will get a complete build of the software to test. You will test the system as a whole. and then finally it will be deployed to the production for end users. Basically, here you need to understand that testing early in the software development life cycle is called shift left testing. It will help in rectifying the issue early so that it will not be costly fix later in the software development life cycle. Let us understand shift left testing with a real life scenario. Imagine you are building a car. If you only test the brake after car is fully assembled, fixing a problem would be costly and time consuming. But if you test the brakes during assembly process itself, you can fix the issue immediately, saving the time and cost. And same idea applies to software as well. Instead of starting the testing once complete product is ready, you start testing at the early stage itself, right? Here you can test the brake in the assembly phase itself so that you do not need to do lot of rework later once complete product is ready, right? So this is the real life scenario where shift left testing can be applied. You test is earlier in the development cycle. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this lecture we will discuss about components of shift left testing. There are two important components related to shift left testing concept. One is continuous testing. Second one is test automation. Let us discuss in detail what is the meaning of these terminologies. Firstly, let us discuss about continuous testing. Continuous testing means testing every time whenever a change is made. That is, every time you add a new code or update the existing code, tests are run to check for the issues. This way, problems are caught as soon as they appear rather than catching the problem in the end. Whenever you add a code or update the existing code, you do the testing. Whenever you make a changes to any part of the code, you do the testing. That is why it is called continuous testing. For example, in a web application project, whenever a developer writes new code for a feature, automated tests are run immediately. If a code causes any part of the application to break, the team is alerted instantly, allowing them to fix the problem before moving on. This keeps the project stable and reduces the risk of big issues in the end. Another component of shift left testing is test automation. Test automation means using tools to run the tests automatically without requiring a manual execution each time. In Agile, automation helps to speed up the testing so it can happen continuously without slowing down the development. For example, in a web project, team tests every new feature is working on multiple browsers. Automated tests check that app works correctly and smoothly on different browsers, different screen sizes, and does not crash. This allows the team to be confident that new code works across the browsers. Test automation helps in saving the time. Instead of manually executing, it can be executed using tools which will execute faster with more accuracy. Continuous testing and test automation are two important approaches that is being used in shift left testing. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this lecture, let us discuss about benefits of shift left testing. The benefit number one is early issue detection. In shift left testing, problems are found sooner, and when you find a problem early, it is easier and cheaper to fix it. For example, if you find a bug early in the financial application, team can fix it before any customers are affected. Another benefit is faster feedback. In shift left testing, developers get a quick feedback about the issues in the changes, so they know if they have broken anything. For example, after adding or changing a feature, developer receives a result after running an automated test, and they will immediately know if something is broken and they can fix it before moving on further. Another benefit of shift left testing is consistent quality. Since we are doing a continuous testing here, it ensures code quality remains high and it remains high throughout the project. For example, an online shopping site, if you consistently test across the software development life cycle, that is applying a shift left testing, then you can catch the issues and you can fix the bug before customer experience them, leading to more reliable and more satisfied user experience. One more benefit of shift left testing is efficiency with test automation. By automating a certain test cases, we can save the effort needed for manual test execution. We can also save the time required for execution. For example, in e-commerce project, automated tests can ensure payment processing works correctly after each update without needing any person to manually verify it. So these are some of the important benefits of shift left testing, that is early issue detection, faster feedback, consistent quality, efficiency with automation. You do not necessarily memorize all this, but these concepts, once you understand that shift left testing means testing early in the software development life cycle, you can easily identify that these are the benefits that you can get by applying a shift left testing in your project. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this section, let us understand the concept of scaling agile for large projects. Let us understand what is scaling agile for large project means. When a project is large and complex, we need multiple teams to work together. They will be interacting with each other to achieve the ultimate goal of the large and complex project. Each team here will be working on a specific task and they will be following the agile practices within their team. And these teams also need to coordinate and interact with each other to achieve the larger objective of the project. Let us understand this with a real life example. Imagine you are building a big shopping mall, and this shopping mall has a different sections such as food court, stores, parking area, etc. If a single construction team is doing everything, it will take lot of time to complete the work. Instead of that, you have a focused team working on a specific areas. One team will be working for food court, another team will be working for stores, another team will be working for parking area, so on, right? But they will need to coordinate to ensure that everything together works well. The key idea of scaling an agile project is we create a multiple agile teams here, and each working on a specific part of the project, but they will be coordinating with each other so that everything fits together to achieve the final objective of the project. So this is a concept of scaling a agile for large and complex projects. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this lecture, let us discuss and understand about Scaled Agile Framework, or SAFE in short form. In the earlier lecture, we have understood that in a large and complex project, there will be a multiple teams who will be involved to get the ultimate objective done. So when there are multiple teams are involved in a project, you need an approach for collaboration between these teams, and Scaled Agile Framework provides a method for scaling a project across large organization which involves multiple teams. It is a method for scaling, especially in a large organization when there are multiple teams are involved. You need a collaboration method or approach how to bring these multiple teams together to get the work done. To do that, it provides a certain guideline and a approach. That is why it is called framework. It provides a clear roles. It also provides a processes and guidelines on how to bring the multiple teams together in a large and complex project. Basically, Scaled Agile Framework, or SAFE, is a popular method for scaling agile across large organizations. It provides a structured approach to bring the multiple teams together. Let us understand how this works. There are 4 different levels in Scaled Agile Framework. It organizes the work into different levels to make the projects manageable. It focuses on delivering value quickly, even in large organization, and it involves planning and alignment across the teams. The four main levels that are involved in scale agile framework: team level, program level, large solution level, and portfolio level. Basically, the works are organized into these four levels in scaled agile framework. Let us understand with a real life example. Imagine you are trying to develop a new electric vehicle. There might be teams for engine, battery, software, design, marketing, so on. SAFE or a scaled agile framework provides a way for all these different teams to coordinate and work in short cycles and make the adjustments as they move on in the project to bring the car to the market faster. Let us understand each of these level in more detail. The first is team level. Team level is nothing but these are small agile teams working on a specific part of the project. For example, in an electric vehicle, developing a battery is managed by a battery team. Here, key roles will include like Scrum Master, Product Owner, and the team, right? Just like normal Agile Scrum team, there are different roles. Those roles will be available because this is also an Agile team, and their focus is delivering a feature in short cycle or sprint. Another level is program level. In program level, multiple teams are organized. This is also called agile release train, and they will collaborate on major vehicle components. For example, here battery ART team will include those teams that are related to battery and its management. For example, here battery team plus thermal team will form a battery ART team, that is agile release train. The here roles will include release train engineer, product management, system architect, etc. And these teams will coordinate to deliver the subsystems of a electric vehicle in our example. In program level, these two teams will work on the features which are closely related to battery, and they will release those features through agile release train. Basically, they will be developing some part or a subsystem of a larger system. You can call this as battery ART, that is battery ART means agile release train. Another level is large solution level. Here multiple ARTs to deliver the entire vehicle. In large solution level, there will be multiple ARTs. It means agile release trains will be involved to release the entire vehicle. For example, there might be a battery ART, there might be a AI and software ART, there might be a connectivity ART such as radio and television, other things. All these ARTs together form a large solution. They include solution train engineer, solution architect, as well as solution management teams. They will be delivering a complex integrated vehicle solution. This is a team which will combine the multiple subsystems to deliver the entire system, that is an electric vehicle in our example case. Another level in SAFE framework is portfolio level. This is mainly a management level. Role is to formulate the business strategy, also provide the funding. These are generally management people who will be involving in this level, portfolio level. Their corporate strategy will be to sustainable electric mobility, like funding the project and other mobility initiatives and new ideas, what the strategy and the direction the company want to go in. All these things will be decided in the portfolio level, and here key roles will be business owners, management team, right? These people will be involved in the portfolio level. Here the main focus will be strategic alignment and funding to release the vehicle as per the strategy. So these are four different levels: team level, program level, large solution level, and portfolio level are involved in the scaled agile framework. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this section, let us discuss about challenges and solutions in Agile adoption. Agile transformation can bring many challenges, especially when you have worked in an organization in a certain way for a very long time. When suddenly a change comes in, there will be some challenge. Mainly there are three different challenges in adopting to Agile. One is resistance to change. Another one is aligning teams, means different teams need to work together in same direction. Another challenge is to maintaining a quality throughout the project. Let us discuss these challenges one by one and possible solutions for these challenges. First thing is resistance to change. Here the challenge is new way of working. When we are working in a certain way for a long period of time, suddenly we change the way of working, people will be resisting and people are attached to the old method of working, right? That is why there is a difficulty in adopting to the new practice. Also, some people in the team might feel their job is at threat, and some people might feel there is a less job security for them because of change in the roles, change in the practice, and change in the way we are working, right? These are the things that can cause a resistance to the change. For example, imagine a company has always planned a project in detail from start to the end. Now in Agile, you should plan in short cycle, that is called sprint, right? We have discussed already. So to adopting from a detailed planning to short working cycles in the form of sprint, team members will find a difficulty. There will be some resistance to the change. The solution to this problem can be leaders should explain the benefit clearly, and we should provide the training and highlight the early success to the people, and they will see the value in the new practice. Another challenge is aligning teams. Here the challenge is collaboration between the cross-functional teams and getting everyone on the same page. If some of the teams have worked in silos and they have not communicated much with other teams, this can be a challenging to align everyone on the same page. For example, imagine a project where marketing team, development team, customer support team all are involved. Under Agile, these teams need to work together regularly to ensure they are in the right direction. If these teams are focused on only on their own task, they may struggle to coordinate. The solution for this problem is to use a scrum meeting or a daily stand-up meeting effectively to improve the communication, and you hold the planning and review session with all the teams to share the progress so that everyone stays aligned to the goal. Another challenge is maintaining quality. Here main challenge is there will be a frequent release in sprint short cycles. You might get rushed to complete your work in such cases, right? Because in Agile we encourage a frequent release, and when the people are in rush to complete their work, it can lead to degradation in the quality if we are not careful. For example, in a traditional setup, a product might go through months of testing before the release. In Agile, work is released frequently. There is a risk of releasing a software with a bug or an incomplete feature. The solution to this problem is Agile teams use a practices like automated testing to catch the issues early and ensure the quality. Also, you can use a regular retrospectives, that is a review done after each sprint, which will help the team to learn from the mistake and make the improvement in their process. So these three, that is resistance to change, aligning teams, and maintaining the quality, are three important challenges that we face while adopting to Agile methodology. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. In this section, we will discuss about the interview questions and answers related to Agile methodology. Whether you are going for an interview as a software developer or a tester or a business analyst or product owner or any of these roles,
you might get these questions. Let us discuss how you can answer. Let us discuss some of the important commonly asked interview questions. This is one of the commonly asked question related to Scrum. Most of the companies are following a Scrum framework, which is one of the framework under Agile methodology. So this is one of the commonly asked question. Can you walk me through a typical sprint cycle in a Scrum? What are the key ceremonies and their purpose? This is the diagram which is given in the scrum.org website, which will help us to understand different ceremonies as well as sprint cycle in a Scrum framework. If you can remember and visualize this diagram, it will be easy for you to answer this question. A sprint usually starts with sprint planning.
In sprint planning, we will break down what we want to achieve for that particular sprint. In other words, we set a goal for the sprint. Basically, in the sprint planning meeting, we will set the scope and make sure everyone is aligned on what is coming up. Generally, in a product, there will be hundreds of requirements. We will not be addressing all the 100 requirements in one go. Product backlog is nothing but different kinds of requirements or a user stories will be listed in the product backlog. That is the overall features of the product. In a sprint backlog, let us say in product backlog you have 100 different user stories. Maybe in the sprint one we will only consider 10 user stories or 5 user stories depending on the complexity, team size, etc. Right? Basically in a sprint planning we will decide what we are going to do in the next 2 to 4 weeks of time. Sprint is usually between 2 to 4 weeks of time. Different organizations might have a slightly different duration of a sprint, but ideally sprint is between 2 to 4 weeks of time. During that time period, they will decide what are the features they are going to work on and develop and test, right? That is called sprint planning. And once you do the sprint planning, you will get a sprint backlog. It is nothing but set of features or requirements that you are going to develop in that particular sprint. It's called sprint backlog. During the sprint, we will have a daily stand-up. That is called daily scrum meeting. In the daily scrum, it's a short meeting. It is a stand-up meeting where each member will tell what they have done yesterday, what they will do today, and whether they are facing any obstacle or a blocker. And this daily meeting will help the team to stay coordinated and quickly address if any issues occur. Throughout the sprint, you will do this daily scrum meeting on a daily basis. This is also called stand-up meeting. Once the sprint is over, at the end, you will do a sprint review. During a sprint review, you will have some development ready. That is, these 10 requirements that you have shortlisted for doing in this particular sprint, right? And you will do the demo of this developed feature to the customer. And you get the feedback from all the stakeholders. And you show the progress that has happened in this sprint. Finally, during sprint retrospective, we discuss what went well and what did not go well, so that we can make an improvement in the coming sprint. We also discuss on what are the actionable ways to improve our process. The continuous improvement is a core part of Scrum and keeps the team growing, right? This sprint retrospective will help team to introspect and grow. Basically here you have 4 ceremonies, right? One is sprint planning, another one is daily scrum, another one is sprint review, another one is sprint retrospective. These 4 different ceremonies of the sprint that you need to explain and what we are doing in these 4 different ceremonies, right? If you can remember this picture, you can easily explain what we are doing in each of these ceremonies. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome. Let us discuss about one more interview questions related to Agile. How do you handle a situation? It is a situation based interview question where they will ask you how do you handle a situation where a sprint goal is not met. It means, let us say in a sprint you plan to complete, let us say 10 features, but you are only able to complete, let us say 5 features. It means your goal is not met. In that situation, how do you handle it? It means you are not reaching the target that has been set for that particular sprint. This question can be answered in multiple ways. There can be multiple correct answers as well. Let us say you can approach this question in this way. Say if I realize that in the mid of the sprint our goal is at risk, it means we need to identify the risk early and we believe in being transparent. It means we communicate the risk to the product owner that we might miss the deadline due to so and so issue. We communicate it in a transparent way. Ideally, when you are doing a sprint, you will do a daily stand-up meeting where you can bring up your risk and why you are not able to meet the goal, right? Based on that, you can adjust the priorities. It means high priority tasks can be taken up first and remaining can be taken up later if there is a time within that sprint. You can also ask for additional support if the currently available resources are not able to handle the targeted work, right? If we are not able to meet the goal, we can also address this in sprint review and sprint retrospective meetings. We focus on understanding root cause, right? Later you can focus on understanding the root cause of the problem, why you are not able to meet the deadline. Did we underestimate the work? There could be a problem with our estimation itself. Whether there is any unexpected issue came up which was blocking our work. In the retrospective, we brainstorm and we find a way to prevent these similar issues in the next sprint. Not hitting the goal can be frustrating sometimes, but it is also an opportunity to learn and become stronger and improve our process, right? Basically, we can say here, thus in summary, we can say we can be transparent early and we can highlight the risk in the meeting. We communicate with the product owner. We try to adjust the priorities and you can ask for additional support. If still we are not able to complete the task that has been planned in a particular sprint, then we can analyze and review that during the sprint review and retrospective meetings, and we can find the root cause, and maybe we are underestimating the effort, or maybe some issue might have come up in between the sprint and which was blocking our work, right? So we can take a corrective measure to avoid the such situations in the future. So in this way you can answer this question, right? Thank you for watching.